Sawadika. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to ETHChiangmai 2026 Future Summit. I'm Mila, your host today. This summit is more than just a one-day event. It is a grand finale of an incredible 2-month journey. Looking back at ETHChiangmai 2025 series, we've traveled from the deep connection of our own conference through the rigorous learning of our bootcamp, all the way to the high-intensity innovation of the hackathon. Today, we celebrate the culmination of all the building, learning, and dreaming together. Before we dive into today's agenda, we must extend our deepest gratitude to the partners who made this journey possible. Please join me in recognizing our 10 key supporters. First, for our Chiang Mai ambassador sponsors, 4Cs, our host and a dedicated Ethereum cultural community focusing on the Zulu movement. YPT, providing the vital financial infrastructure and cross-border payments for DAOs and creators. BGA, a collaborative network dedicated to using blockchain technology to drive global social reform. And next, for our education and sponsors, Binance Thailand, a secure and convenient platform for global crypto trading. Avro, an AI ecosystem powered by proof of intelligent contribution. GCC, supporting digital public goods through their influential Chinese language endowment fund. And next, for our community partner sponsors, Uniswap Labs, the leading decentralized exchange empowering open finance. Nervous Foundation, supporting long-term innovation and growth within the Nervous network. Primus, an innovation protocol focused on enhanced Web3 security and infrastructure. ECF Network, the open source wiki serving as a collective memory for our entire industry. Now guys, let's give a massive round of applause for all of our supporters who made today possible. Well, are you ready to dive into the future? Then let's get ETHChiangmai 2026 Future Summit officially started. Now, it's my great honor to introduce our co-host. The summit would not be possible without the visionary support of Chiang Mai University. By welcoming the Ether community to UniServe, they're helping bridge the gap between the world-class education and the future of Web3. Now, please join me in welcoming to the stage the Vice President of Chiang Mai University, Radasit, for the opening remarks. Welcome.
Good morning. On behalf of Chiang Mai University, I'm a Vice President of Chiang Mai University in Digital Technology and Law. I would like to welcome you all to Chiang Mai and Chiang Mai University to join this summit this morning. So, distinguished guests, honored speakers, representatives from academia, industry and public sector, member of Ethereum community, and all participants. Good morning. It is a great honor for me as a Vice President to welcome you to Ethereum Chiang Mai Final 2026 Future Summit held here in Chiang Mai City, Thailand. Chiang Mai City is a long-standing tradition of learning, culture, heritage. It is a place where historical wisdom and contemporary change coexist in harmony. A city of the character provides an appropriate and meaningful setting for discussions on the future technology and society. Today's summit offers an important opportunity to reflect the intersection of cities, discussion about the culture, and Ethereum. Cities are not just physical locations, but they are living systems where innovation can flourish, where supporting by strong social and culture foundation, like we are here today, this morning. As institution of higher education, university play a vital role in preparing society to understand and responsible to engage with emerging technologies. And education in the context of Ethereum extends beyond technical knowledge alone, encompassing governance, ethics, and broader social implications. In this regard, ETHChiangmai Final 2026 is not merely a technology-focused conference, but it is an academic and civic forum that connects universities, cities, and global communities, fostering dialogue on how innovation can be aligned with human values. So on this occasion, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizing committee, Final, and our speakers, and all those involved in making this summit possible. I also thank for all participants for all your thoughtful and your engagement. So may Ethereum Chiang Mai Final 2026 future summit will be successful and inspiring gathering, leading to meaningful collaboration and sustainable impact in many years to come. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, now, before we begin our first session, I have an important update regarding today's agenda. The Tallink keynote address, which many of you have been looking forward to, has been rescheduled to 4 p.m. this afternoon. We appreciate all your understanding regarding this adjustment, and we promise it will be worth the wait. So now it's my absolute honor to introduce our opening keynote speaker, a true pioneer in his field. Please join me in welcome Michelle Bowens. As the founder of the P2P Foundation, Michelle is a world-renowned theorist and a leading authority on peer-to-peer dynamics and the commons. We're incredibly privileged to have him here to set the tune for our event. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a very warm welcome to Michelle Bowens.
Thank you, and hello to everyone. I almost didn't come because I thought I had to speak at 4, so here we are. So for those who don't know me, I'm from Belgium originally, but I've been living nearly 25 years in Chiang Mai. I'm the founder of the P2P Foundation, and apparently was the first and last person to speak publicly with Satoshi Nakamoto. So I have a bit of a relationship with this world, but I'm actually not a techie. And so what I'm going to talk to you about today is kind of a broader story about what we mean with cosmolocalism, which actually is quite inspiring a lot of people here in Chiang Mai. There's been a whole month residency, and I think the people are somewhere around here, like Vivian. So they've been exploring this theme with some people for like the whole month. So, okay. So let's start with this. I'm sure that most of you noticed that we live in a very unstable period of history, right? I think most people will agree with this. There's internal strife, there's a serious risk of war in Iran, in Taiwan. There's Basically, most people, I think, would agree that world order of World War II that was initiated, kind of the American Pax Americana, it is degrading and being replaced, but we're not sure with what. And I don't know if you probably heard this from Gramsci. So when the old is dying, but the new is not there yet, we are living in a time of monsters. But I actually think that if we look carefully at seed forms, if we look at the emerging of the new, of which Ethereum is a big part, we can see kind of already the outlines of the new order. And this is what I call cosmolocalism. So let me kind of explain what it is about. So basically, when I'm talking about cosmolocalism, I'm talking about a new relationship between the material world and the intellectual world. And maybe also about a method of coordination of value in the world. So we could make a brief history, very brief, of course. And so I would kind of argue that the first way of coordinating society in kinship-based tribal forms of life, of social life, was gifting and commoning. Scientists call this communal shareholding and equality matching. So basically, either you exchange with the whole. Think about the Amish, if you're familiar with the Amish, who still go around with their buggies and live a religious life in the US and elsewhere. So when a young couple gets married, the whole community mobilizes to make their house. And that young couple doesn't know anything back to any person in particular. Their engagements do the same when another young couple will marry in that community. So that's communal shareholding. And this is what you do if you are an open source developer. If you develop some kind of solution for Linux, it's open source, it's an open knowledge commons, you give it to Linux out of the idea, I make this common resource better and everybody, including me, will benefit from this stronger common shared resource, right? So that's communal shareholding. And the second one is gifting. Equality matching sounds a bit strange, but basically, you know, if I give you a gift, you actually feel the need to give something back to me. So in some paradoxical way, we have created inequality through gifting, and now you want to give something back to me. So imagine the following. Communal shareholding was dominant in nomadic communities, where there's little property and they move around. But once you settle and you have to make peace with your neighbors, you can't flee, then you use gifting, the gift economy, to create social relationships and to try to maintain peace with your neighbors. And of course, civilization is something else, right? Civilization is something else. That's basically when the tribal mode dissolves and is replaced by what we know today, kind of a class society with managerial classes and producing classes, and a very complex society with independent institutions. And civilization, I'm coming to the point, is a relationship between geography, the town and the countryside, producing a surplus from the countryside to create specialized economic life in the cities. And this is what we had, I would broadly argue, until the 1970s. So, of course, big difference between agricultural, industrial, but still basically a geographic civilization. And so I will argue with you today that this is no longer what we have. So think of it, you know, think of it that way. Think about yourself sitting in your seat, or myself here. So I have a body in space. So the geosphere, the world of matter, the biosphere, the world of life. I'm actually here with you right now, but I'm probably filmed, so I see myself over there. There's probably people listening in to us who are all over the world. So where are they? They are in the noosphere, right? So when you do a Zoom, or whatever you want to, or some similar online meeting, when you do open source, when you do collaborate on crypto or Ethereum, you are in another kind of geography, a non-territorial geography. And this has never happened before. In other words, that we have a physical world, which still has physical rules, and at the same time we develop a second world, the noosphere, the sphere of collaborating human minds. And so if we look at coordination mechanism, this is very, very important. So gifting and commoning, one. Civilization is markets and states, so either state command, hierarchical command, planning, or market pricing, signals through market pricing, right? This is what civilization is. This is how we coordinate the movement of resources. This is not how we do it in crypto. There is, of course, some planning, there is a role for the market, but the main method of coordination in open source and crypto is something entirely different. It's called stigmergy, mutual signaling. And so what we see today is that we can produce things like Wikipedia, Linux, Arduino, Ethereum, that are mainly based on coordinating labor and capital on a global scale through mutual signaling. So I think when we talk about transition, it's not just a transition hegemony, let's say replacing the US with China as the hegemonic force in the world. This is not just what we're talking about. We're talking at a level of transition that is equivalent to the birth of civilization, which was the shift from gifting and commoning to markets and states. We are now shifting to a mode of coordination value that is based on stigmergy, peer-to-peer dynamics, and shared resources commons. So what's the force of Ethereum? It's the capacity for, I don't know how many people work on Ethereum today, 25,000, maybe a lot more, I'm not sure. Probably more, because if we can have 25,000 people coming to ETH Denver and stuff, so that means that's probably only a portion, right? So I don't know how many people work for Ethereum, I haven't looked it up. But think about it. So we are able to create a worldwide infrastructure through mutual signaling. So this is what cosmolocalism is about. It's about rethinking the relationship between our physicality, our physical world, and how we manage the physical world, and how we manage that other world, that other type of territory. And so this is maybe important to understand. When you talk about planetarity, what do you mean? Do you just mean the extension of geography, which is still, you know, the physical plane being extended and unified through fast communication, or are you talking about another type of territory? So why does that matter, and why does cosmolocalism matter in that context? So the simplest way to understand cosmolocalism is just the following, a very simple rule. If it's heavy, it's local. If it's light, it's global and shared. So it's about rethinking the production of value and the coordination of economic and social activity by thinking, should we relocalize some things? Can we relocalize some things? Or should we do things online rather than in the physical world, right? So the thing is, okay, if it's heavy, if it's material, it's local. If it's light, it's shared and global. So it's a combination of relocalized production. Think about distributed manufacturing capacities that we now have, and to combine it with global collaboration through protocols online. That's basically cosmolocalism. But think also what it could mean in terms of global politics. So what is the struggle today? Why is the world unstable? It's basically, I would argue, a fight between two models right now. One is kind of the East Eurasian model, which is state-centric. Think about the China model and the Russian model. And lots of countries in the global south looking at that model because it seems to work quite well right now. and the other model, which is the Western model, which is probably best expressed in the ideas of Davos. You know, a global multi-stakeholder kind of governance system, right? Public-private collaboration. So those are two models for the physical world in some sense, in some basic sense. But I want to introduce another way of thinking about how to grow today. And Benjamin Life of Open Civics or Ethereum Localism wrote a really nice article about it. And so it talks about regenerative accelerationism, right? So yeah, Vitalik, who will speak I think at 4, he talks about, is it decentralized accelerationism? And it's kind of like a bit of a social democratic feel, if you compare it to the libertarian feel of Bitcoin. But decentralized accelerationism is, yeah, in my view, doesn't go far enough, I'll put it that way. So, you know, it's just within a movement, there are different positions. Regenerative acceleration is the following. So we make the difference between extraction and regeneration. So if you do agriculture, after 20 years, is your soil healthier or less healthy? If it's less healthy, you have been engaging in extractive modes of production. If your soil is healthier after 20 years, you've been engaged in regenerative modes of production. And I would argue this is a choice that people now are making more and more. So the question then becomes, how do you grow? Right? Because most of the people who do regenerative production in our type of society are marginal, have to work very hard. There's little funding. So how do you grow? And think about the extraordinary growth of Bitcoin, Ethereum, how they used these principles to basically get a worldwide presence in a very short time. So in terms of regenerative accelerationism, I would start thinking in terms of, can we conceive of a new form of territory? And of course the network state is that as well, right? The network state, but historically I would link the network state idea to what is called cameralism. So if you know a bit of history, the Dutch Republic, so it's kind of a merchant republic, right? You use crypto capital to purchase or negotiate a physical territory, and then you kind of come in from the top down to develop a free city special economic zone. So this is one way of looking at, this is also a new form of developing territories, right? Because you start from the digital and digital capital, and then you try to intervene in the geography from that point of view. What I would call the archipelago of regenerative projects is a slightly different vision, because here it is like you have different localities doing different things, doing different regenerative activities, and now you're thinking, well, I can develop in two ways. One is locally, physically, by connecting to local public authorities at different levels. That would be the traditional way of thinking about it. But you can also try to think entirely differently, is directly connecting yourself to this new type of territory. So I have some friends, 2 of them that were quite successful in the last few months. One is the traditional Dream Factory, which is like a permaculture community in Portugal. And they did a crowdfunding, crowd lending, I think it was. So 3, 4, 5 years and 3, 4, 5% interest on that loan. And they got $1.5 million in like 2 weeks, I think, right? So this is different, right? You are not appealing to, let's say, the capital that is expressive of the physical geography. You are appealing to capital directly, which is representative of that new territory. And so I think we need to systematize. And so if I look at Ethereum in that context, and I'm already wrapping up, I think I had 15 minutes. So Ethereum is very much involved in that evolution, right? So think about this, 93, the browser and the web. This is when we invent Stigmergy. This is when the first time in history we create this medium where people can globally coordinate their labor with outside of market and command. They are doing it by believing in joint projects and coalescing around those joint projects. And they create these massive infrastructures that we know today. So that's coordination of labor and capital. I would say public goods funding is also a very big invention. Because as you may know, it's called the collective action problem. So why do we have the state? Because if you only look at your private interest, nobody really wants to pay for a road. Oh, I'm never using that road. I don't want to pay taxes for that road. I live in a good neighborhood. I don't want to pay taxes for the police. I have a private school. I don't want to pay taxes to have public schools. You know, very normal human reactions. But basically, this is a collective action problem. So we invent institutions that can do things that are good for everyone. And so I think public goods funding is extremely significant change, right? Because what does it do? It's a non-state actor, a global network, Ethereum, for example. Projects within Ethereum voluntarily tax themselves, send that money to Gitcoin, and Gitcoin funds collective action, collective infrastructure. So here we have a global network that is able to tax itself and create common infrastructure. So as you can see, Ethereum, you know, it's kind of at the heart of this change. It's not marginal player in this change toward cosmo-local infrastructures. But I think we should go further, and this will be my plea, if you like, or my argument. So we have to make a difference between material value, resources, and representation of that value, money, right? I feel Ethereum has worked a lot on that representation level. But do we see Ethereum in the physical world, in physical communities producing physical things? And I think this is where you have to think really hard. As we go to a period of transition with wild swings, you may not survive with only representational money. You may want to think about, as a larger community, to link with the archipelago of regenerative villages that is emerging already. You know, they don't use the words, but these communities are connecting. Anyway, so maybe I'll stop with there. And so cosmolocalism is really thinking about 3 levels. Localism is implied in the world, which is how can we create more value sovereignty locally around our regenerative engagements. Level 2, bioregionalism. How do we work in complementary ways with other people doing similar projects, but also related to regeneration? And then cosmolocalism, how do we create common protocols of collaboration and access to capital at a planetary cosmolocal level? How can we have, you know, the 5 trillion that is floating largely speculatively in the crypto world, how can we have some of that going to actual productive regenerative reformation of our productive system? And I think in that way, Ethereum becomes more real. So I call it crypto for real, because if we don't touch that basic level of value creation and value distribution, we are kind of working in the theater, in the representational theater. So this is my plea, is basically for the people like you who are sitting here and are engaged in, I'm sure what you believe is, and I agree with that, is building a new world, an infrastructure for an emerging new civilization. to basically also think about the more fundamental physical realities that we also depend on, right? The higher we are in the level of abstraction in our work, the more we depend on all the people making that possible, right? And so creating that loop. So I don't know if some people from India here are, and maybe you find it offensive, but I'll say it anyway. So I think in terms of Brahmin workers, we need to create Brahmin workers. People who are at the same time thinking in terms of knowledge, spirituality, engagement with the world, and at the same time engage with hacking physical reality, as it were, and working at the physical layer. Thank you for your attention. I hope that wasn't too boring, and I hope I'm not too much outside of my time limit. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle, for that very opening. Now let's moving forward. We will dive deeper into the themes with our first panel. This panel explores the idea of Zuzalu not as a place, but as a method. Over the past few years, Papa societies like Zuzalu have become living experiments, testing how humans coordinate trust, governance, and culture beyond purely digital systems. This panel asks, what do these experiments teach us about building future societies at a human scale? Now, to wrap up our introduction, please welcome Chiang, founder of Social Layer, building the infrastructure for social coordination. Shaka, a key voice representing the Ethereum and Zuzalu communities. Sun, co-founder of The Moo, exploring new frontier in community and technology. Zik, the core contributor of 4Cs, a driving force behind this summit. Now, to lead this panel discussion, I'll now hand it over to our moderator, Vivian, founder of the Taiwan-based Civic Tech DAO organization. Guys, let's welcome.
Interesting. We're missing one person. Shaka? Oh, okay. So, hello. Hi, everyone. My name is Vivian. I'm from Taiwan. We have a fairly not very diverse group of people in our panel. And today we're going to talk about Zuzalu. So for those who has no context about what Zuzalu is, it has been one of the actually very important word in this whole Ethereum ecosystem. Michelle talked about how Ethereum communities can actually do something in the physical world instead of just being super abstract in the sky, following the wind. How can we actually make something that's real, that's connected to the ground, to the people, to the communities? And I feel like it's actually very nice that we're starting with the Zuzalu panel today to explore how can we actually do that. So to start with, we have 4 people, 4 panelists, 1 moderator, 40 minutes, which means 1 person, 8 minutes. And each answer will need to be very concise. Can we do it? Yes, okay, amazing. So first I would like to introduce, not me, but I would like to invite all of them to introduce themselves. Just like a quick intro and how you are connected to the Zuzalu movement. Maybe let's start with Chiang.
Hi, can you hear me? Yeah. So I'm Chiang. I'm building Social Layer, which is a community coordination platform for pop-up cities and communities. Because I'm building this community software and building it in these pop-up cities really mean I'm facing the users of my application, and also I can collect a lot of feedbacks. And I can also observe how people are using these apps and the features in it. So in this way, I can really iterate on the application development really fast and get very effective and useful feedbacks. Yeah.
Thank you, Chiang. What about Shaka?
Hi, I'm Shaka. I don't hold a title. I just love stewarding and gardening the fertile soil of the infinite garden. Zuzalu is my home. I've been living in all the Zuzalu nodes permanently for the last 2.5 years, just going from one to one and try and give my contributions to the community because it's home.
Thank you, Shaka.
Hey guys, my name is Sun. Surprisingly, I actually never been to Zuzalu, but I've been collecting pieces and bits of the whole story of Zuzalu happened during those 2 months around the world with friends. We've been building pop-up cities around the world, in Argentina, in Africa, in Japan, in many other cities and countries. And we're also one of the co-founding team of one of the largest pop-up city and also builder community in Argentina, in Latin America, called Crecimiento. And this year we are heading to Shanghai, bringing pop-up city experience, bringing this global diverse experience to builders and founders in mainland China to, why not, opening new markets, opening new ecosystems. Yep.
Thank you. And then Zik?
Hello everyone, I'm Zik from Forces. Forces is a permanent base of Zuzalu. So, it started from more than 2 years ago, and I'm very I was joined the first Zuzalu in Montenegro. That was an excellent experience. Yeah, so we stayed in Chiang Mai, so try to connect more local culture, local people. So that's why we hosted the ETHChiangmai, and the location, the hackathon and the summit is in CMU, Chiang Mai University. That was, yeah, quite good. Okay.
Amazing, thank you. So you can see that within our panel, we actually have people engaging with the Zuzalu movement at different level. We have Zik, who's working on the permanent node of Zuzalu, which means that they're committed to a long-term building of the Zuzalu movement for more than 30 years? Yes? Yes. And then with Sun, he has been connecting people across different culture, moving from Africa to Latin America, to Asia, basically across different continents, and then trying to see the similarities and differences between different continents. We have Shaka, people flowing in all of these culture, connecting people, cultivating soil for everyone. And we have Chiang building the digital infrastructure for this whole movement. So it's actually a quite holistic panel. So maybe let's start with understanding exactly what people see as changing in the society, because we want to build new societies, and we don't just do that, right? We do that because we observe something within the existing society that doesn't really satisfy us. Can you share a little bit about why it's appealing for you to join the Zuzalu movement, and with that, maybe how, yeah, like what comes to you when you talk about building new societies? What does that mean to you? Maybe we can start with Zik for that one. I'll be changing the order.
You mean the
Why is it appealing for you to build new societies? What do you observe in the old societies?
You know, the internet already happened 50 years, and the technology changed the society quite a lot. The information of the speed of the information transfer much faster and faster, and we had a blockchain technology things more than 17 years ago. This technology really changed our society, and the older system, even democracy, we have different type of democracy system, like America and Switzerland, they have the different one. But if we can find this democracy technology is too slow compared to the new technology. So the the governance of the whole world, in the whole world is need to be changed. We need to find some new way to reorganize our future society. That's what Ethereum community, Zuzalu community, trying to figure out, and also some other people, for example, like Balaji, he wrote the book, The Network State. He imagined the future world will be in his opinion. But we have different ideas to, mainly the thinking is quite similar, but we have some details we don't disagree. So we want to do some experience to see how can we build our new society. We don't have a solid solution till now because it's quite a new things. So yeah, that's what we are.
So because of the tech development, the society hasn't, or our democratic system hasn't been able to catch on the tech. And then what we're doing is also what Michelle mentioned, changing like the mode of coordination. What is the new mode of coordination that we're looking into? What about you, San?
For me, new and old society, I don't know, it doesn't make full sense for me. I think it's more about like the world is changing on a like yearly or decade base. The past 20 or 30 years, it was America like basically winner takes it all because of the military, because of the technology and everything. But for the past, I think, 10 years, we can actually see there's a huge shift on geopolitical side. One of the main things you can see is that technology, Web 2 or Web 3, whatever you call it, is the new nuclear weapon. Basically, any country your digital service on a global scale, they can actually block you on a global payment or global search, or even like or even interfering with what kind of information you're absorbing, and that's actually much more hurtful for the global community in general. And as you could, and also people could see, like in the past 10 years, America has been changing a lot in many scales. Trump has won 2 elections for some reasons, and then because of his personal interest in many stuff, you can actually see that America is also shifting from back then it was embracing the globalization now to much more focus on its own development, which is not a problem. I mean, every country should like respect their own development. But then I think what's important now is that every country, every nation have realizing that relying on one country to provide the technical development is very dangerous in many ways. So EU recently announced that they're going to develop their own Google, their own kind of a digital service, not relying less on America. What I'm saying is that technology is the new nuclear weapon. So I think every country, every nation, every people have to learn how to build their own sovereignty tech, I'll say. And then how can we support that is basically how can we support more startups happening around the world, learning, like build on open source protocols and solve local problems, and serve local people to narrow that technological gap between the West and the rest of the world, the West and the East, but also with the developing regions. That's why we have been doing pop-up cities in developing regions in Africa, in Latin America, to help them to see what is out there right now, and also to bring VCs or bring funding, bring media, bring all this kind of support from the global community or the community sphere has the major say usually to see how things could change. And also I think fundamentally it's a better society requires empathy to different culture, to different communities, and that requires, and empathy forms only by one seeing the other, like you see each other. So that's why we do pop-up cities, to gather people, to meet each other, to exchange, to put down everyone's differences and to actually see similarities and learn from each other. One of the reasons we're doing in pop-up city in mainland China is also because we want to show people like what China and all the culture is. So yeah, that's what I see.
Thank you, San. You basically see the technological and cultural divide and try to just meet the gap and bridge
build
people.
a bridge.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. What about you, Shaka?
On the culture side of building bridges, I feel like you can see actually up on this panel, actually the only strong developer is Chiang. So it's not like it's just like a tech thing or you have to be a developer. We each bring strong parts of our own passions and our abilities into this ecosystem that helps build those bridges. And I love the cultural aspects of the infinite garden and what Ethereum stands for with subtraction and thinking about more of a positive infinite sum mindset that we're building for something long-term and bigger than just our short-term or our personal gain. And so I really believe that like every little pop-up city is pushing initiative that will benefit future societies as we're having a future conference. So every culture has a place. That's why it's important that we're not creating so much borders anymore, that we're actually building these bridges and allowing the network to be globally connected, because you have so much beautiful cultures that can merge, like the chains can merge. And then when we find those shared cultures, like the infinite garden or the positive sum, it really grows into this positive nature. And the idea of subtraction is actually like kind of, removing yourself a little bit so that the ecosystem can sustain and grow. And I think that Zeke, for example, does a brilliant job, and the whole 4Cs team does a really good job of subtracting themselves so that the culture of 4Cs can really grow naturally and let the community kind of really lead the way.
Thank you, Shaka. I feel like I hear a lot of similar things about pluralistic, how we can actually build a pluralistic cultures that we're not only serving one or two stakeholders, but it serves the communities. Chiang.
So I'm an engineer, and in my own experience, the pop-up cities and the Juzalu movement brings together people from very different backgrounds, like researcher, developer, and people doing governance or AI and crypto, and also people are doing who are the social activists and some very forward-thinking people. And in this community, you will really meet these great minds, and in it you can really enjoy and build something new and create together. And this also makes the culture of pop-up city called cross-pollination, where people can exchange a lot of ideas and build new stuff. And you will really see the development of the frontier technology. So in pop-up cities, you can really be in the central of the network, but also in everywhere. Yeah. So I think in this pop-up city, it accelerates the development of the society we want to build.
So now, I guess, Chiang, can you further elaborate? Because the product you're building is called social layer. Obviously, it's like there's layer 2, there's layer 3, there's different layers of technologies, but we also need the social layer. Can you explain what that means in the pop-up cities or Zuzalu movement context?
Yeah. So the name of social layer get inspired by the Ethereum architecture, and so there are the layer 1 blockchain, which provide the fundamental consensus for the network, while the layer 2 blockchain, which is built on the layer 1s, but provide a faster, local and more customized distributed ledgers. And while we are thinking all these layer 1 and layer 2 are the tech layer of the community, but we also need to build applications on top of this infrastructure. But what really matters are building the social layer, which is the community and the culture on this stuff. But social layer, as the name is just too long, so we call ourselves Solar, SO for social and LA for layer. So that's why we are also Solar Day, which is kind of a solar punk meme. So what makes social layer work important for this pop-up city is that social layer provide the management platform and coordination for these communities, but also we encourage people to publish their own events, book the venues, and in this way we are creating a more unconference structure for these events and communities, so that people can self-organize instead of relying on the host to manage the schedule and the committee. This also is similar to the stigmergy idea Michelle just mentioned.
Thank you, John. So it feels like what social layer to the Zuzalu movement is what Ethereum to like the broader ecosystem. So it's something that people can build on top of, something that help people coordinate in a fundamental level. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Thank you. With that, we talked a lot about culture and how culture has been like the cornerstone almost of these movements. But culture is not something that's that you can actually just tell people, this is our culture. It's something that's more emergent. Shaka, being in so many different pop-up cities, residencies, different movement, that like different locations of the Zuzalu movement, have you noticed like any patterns of these human behaviors across actually different pop-ups that you find interesting? That is the cornerstone, that is the culture of Zuzalu.
You know, I think part of the beauty of open source culture and open source communities and open source technology is the shared learning and the knowledge built on top of knowledge. So all these different zoo activations all around the world have all been great experiments that have all generated lots of good and even some bad data. So I actually think like the strongest cultural point that kind of binds us and is pushing us forward is that openness and that shared aspect that you kind of see like things that work tend to work and we all tend to do it. Like for instance, like an ice bath, like we all like an ice bath. So like every pop-up city likes to have a longevity week that we kind of focus on eating healthy. And I think vibe coding is a huge kind of cultural thing now too, that like Kat and who helps with Zhang on social layer was doing some great Cat GPT workshops all throughout this. So like, and everyone's like helping each other out, right? Because of that beauty of social layer being permissionless, anyone can kind of like hop on social layer and then like share what they're learning or talking about. So many people are just like giving great workshops at 4Cs, and every single pop-up city I've seen that almost like all of them use technology like social layer. So that people can, like share that knowledge and share that culture. And something I like to share is music, so I can even just go in there and book jam sessions. And, it's fun to just share with each other.
So I guess the idea of open source that's embedded in Ethereum is also a part of the whole broader Zuzalu movement that's been shaping different small societies around. So following that culture question, this one is to both you, Sun, and Zik. The two of you has been building very different, not very different, but like the format is different kind of society. One permanent, one has been like hopping around and also exploring to be permanent. With these communities, you both have a core team. Like Sun, you have a core team. Zig, there's also a core team at 4Cs. How do you manage this balance between the core team leading the direction and then letting the community people actually emerge their own culture? Like this balance between top down and bottom up culture building. How do you find the balance in that?
Yeah, so basically our core team is basically the ones who build the stage and for example, getting the funding from different potential sponsors, getting funding from different sources to make this entire thing happen, rent everything, the venues, the space, get all the details ready, and then basically, like I was saying, provide a stage. And the community is basically the people who are on the stage, doing all kind of events, show or talks or anything else they want to create. So people have been doing midnight hangouts in random places, and also visiting like important people and all kinds of stuff. So all hosted by local communities by themselves, and also friends around the world. So yeah.
So basically, you create the infrastructure, the framework, so that people can, the environment, so that people can be themselves in it. What about you, Zig?
Forces is a community, and it's physical nodes. So it means we have to have a big cost for the physical spaces. So at the beginning, we just rent a venue in Hangdong. That time we just did a core team, just or all of us. We are the community member, and then we realized the cost for the physical thing is really high. So so we want to figure out how to make the community sustainable. So we spread it two parts. One is community. One is the business part. Business part will manage the physical spaces to from business perspective, make it sustainable. And the community is still doing the research, doing connection with other communities. And like around 1 year ago, we found the only community and the business part is not enough, because we are physical people. So we have our own life. So and we are creating the future society, future life. So roughly we think if you are happy in your life, that should be the very important part of the future life. So we add one more part we call the lifestyle. So lifestyle means like we do a lot of take care more about the mental health, also physical body health, to help not only the whole community to have the good feeling, good healthy. Yeah. So it's step by step. We try to figure out how to organize our own community and all around the movement.
So 4Cs has also been like slowly developing their own, like slowly discovering what is the way that would work. And now the more top-down one is actually the business side, and the other side remains bottom-up. So you separate into completely different entities to be in charge of a different side of the culture building.
Yes, yes.
Okay, amazing. So we talked a little bit about money. Like you say that having a physical space is very, very, very costly. And okay, we have 5 minutes left. And it's very costly actually to run pop-up cities and to just be a part of the movement. How do all of you approach sustainability within the pop-ups within the Zuzulu movement? Maybe Chiang, do you want to start with that?
You mean the sustainability of the
Financial
movement,
sustainability.
yeah.
Money.
And I think it's hard. Yeah. From all over the world, I don't see many true communities made a lot of money, but there are some. But I find there are some very interesting community, and one of them is called 生财有术. It's a community of making money.
Oh.
So they are sharing. It's an online and local hybrid community with 70,000 members, where each of them pay 3,000 RMB per year.
Oh.
So this is a community that really make money, and because they are sharing the knowledge of how to make money.
Oh.
Yeah, this is not Zhuzalu, because Zhuzalu and the pop-up cities, they are creating an environment for people to build the lifestyle and accelerate the technology. And as far as I can learn, many of the pop-up cities, they are for those who is more sustainable. They are doing some accelerator program to incubate new star projects, and in this way, they are joining a bigger ecosystem to support the community.
Thank you. So basically, within the Zhuzalu movement, people are still exploring this third way between market and state. What about you, Shaka? I feel like you have a actually very interesting experience with like actually practicing reciprocity. Do you want to share a little bit about that?
To base my sustainability off of a philosophy that's kind of more spiritual. I like to call it the circularity, and I really believe that like the more I give in this world, the more I contribute. Eventually, it kind of comes back to my point of receiving is from the universe, that it gives me so much more momentum that I can keep giving a bigger gift. It started as a little music corner at hackathons, and now there's a music stage at DevCon as a gift. So the more I keep giving the gift, I've seen that you receive an opportunity to keep giving a bigger gift. So something very uniquely about how I have actually lived in every single pop-up city is I don't charge. I don't give contracts. I receive smart contracts, but I don't say you have to pay me X amount in order for me to go contribute to your pop-up city. I follow my heart and I follow where the wind guides me, and I tell pop-up cities and permanent pop-up cities, I message Zeke, I said, hey, I'm coming. I want to come help. I want to come live there. I want to spend Christmas and New Year's with you. Did I say it's going to cost this much money to record this and this and that? No, I didn't. I don't charge anyone. I give it as a gift, and now it's been 4 years that I've sustainably been able to travel the world as a guest. People invite me, and they host me, and I'm able to keep giving my gift because I believe in this circularity that I think if everyone in this world lived this way, which on-chain, maybe we could figure out a way to have a giving economy, every country, every economy, every person would receive because everyone would be giving. I believe that we can achieve this in the future societies where we focus on giving, not charging and transacting, but actually contributing and giving. So that's how I would say sustainable.
Inspiring, inspiring. What about you, Sun? Because you're running like a whole community. That's like a
Yes.
different level of sustainability.
Yes, so yeah, like we spend much more on different stuffs. So we usually raise sponsorship, we get grants from different partners and sponsors. And I think, I think we share the same idea is that we provide value. Every event we do around the world, we do for not only for the builders, but also for like a local social purpose. Wherever we have been to, we have always left a lasting effect. For example, in Africa now they have a local community still running and still doing events and long-term residencies for builders. And whenever we need sponsorship, like David themselves will be introducing their sponsors, their partners to us, and open source foundations or like global foundations that support African builders. And they've been introducing them to us to help us to build our next event and our next project. And also in Crecimiento in Argentina, we're probably the largest builder community in Latin America. So we have a lot of support from our Argentinian friends, providing sponsor connections. Our past sponsors also come back to us wanting to help us to grow and connect and build a Chinese version of Crecimiento, maybe other versions of Crecimiento around the world. So all these, and also like showing the past work we have done to new partners that definitely adds a lot of credibility as well. For example, some governments give us grants to build what we've been building around the world. And all these makes our life project and everything easier, the momentum easier and more sustainable.
Thank you, Sun. And what about you, Sik? So Sun, what they do is like keep creating value so that people come back. What about 4Cs?
For this, there are two sides, right? One side is we are the society experience. We try to find the idealism part, and we also have our physical. The physical part, cell, all the society experience. Cause we are still trying to find how to make the whole things sustainable, but we realize.
So we're actually at time. So we have a lot of topics that we weren't able to talk about today. But these are the people that you can talk to regarding building new societies, pop-ups, and Zuzulu. Do you have one final message to our audience today? Maybe whoever?
It's the values that drive the value. Like these guys offer great value to the world. Why? Because we're inspired by beautiful values that we learn from cypherpunk communities, that we believe in self-sovereignty and immutability, that we, so it's actually the values that drive the value that we offer.
Thank you, Shaka. Value drives value.
A message from me. I'll probably recommend everyone to try to build their own community and also build their own experience, residencies, all kinds of stuff, and let us know if you guys need any help. I'm pretty sure people on the stage, everyone would love to help, and try explore different stuff. I focus on startup, people can focus on biotech, people can focus on whatever. I think the most important thing is don't let experiments stop. Yeah.
For me, I think the humanity is now facing off new challenges. We now in the turning point of the destiny of our species in the arrival of AI. Yeah. So we need to learn about how to live in the future. It will be very different. And so in the pop-up city, we just meet the people that can imagine the future.
So inviting people to imagine futures together.
I want to use a Chinese word, how to say, 目光高远，脚踏实地. It means we look the future, but we also doing things very hard, step by step, create our future. Yes.
Be visionary, but stay grounded.
What's that one more time? What's the word?
目光高远.
脚踏实地.
Beautiful. Thank you. This is our first panel.
Hey, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for our panelists, and thank you, Vivian. Now let's move to next panel. This panel explores what it really means to live permissionlessly in 2026. Privacy, self-custody, autonomy, not just as technologies, but just as social norms. Please welcome our moderator, Pan Zhixiong, founder of Chiang. And we're also joined by the incredible group of researchers and technical pioneers. Sanchu, founder of ZKP2P, pioneering trustless peer-to-peer field on ramps. Vox, senior researchers at MIP and SRS, focused on the deep mechanics of decentralized systems. Neil Nora, protocol testing engineer at the Ethereum Foundation, ensuring the security and resilience of the network. Zhou Qi, founder of the Ethereum Storage, a leader in decentralized storage solutions for the Ethereum ecosystem. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage. Welcome.
Hello, welcome. I'm Pan, the moderator of this panel. The panel is called Cypherpunk as a Survival Skill and what it takes to live permissionlessly. And you all can see the slogan here everywhere, make Ethereum cypherpunk again. And you know cypherpunk, Bitcoin or Ethereum or the crypto space are all originated from the cypherpunk movement. But some people are mixed up with cyberpunk. So I like everyone to introduce yourself, how you connect to the cypherpunk, and how you define cypherpunk, and you can give us one example or your practice. Yeah, okay, I think we can start with Vox.
Hi, yeah. So I mean, cyberpunk for me, yeah, I mean it's the cyberpunk, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I think for me it was like being punk, right? It's about being able to like really stand on your own against the authority and have the tools and have this mindset of like really a technology. I think it would be kind of like a technology empower punk. That would be cypherpunk for me. And then yeah, I mean, so I think I'm also about to do a bit of like what I do in terms of like cypherpunk, right? So yeah, I mean, for me normally I mean, I broke out of my mundane to daily mundane to come and speak with you all here, because I usually deal with what's called kind of like a hostile environments and how activists live in these hostile environments, because I'm essentially a trainer. So the things that are about cypherpunk for me is, I do encryption on very like on basically whatever I can encrypt, I try to encrypt, because like there is also a risk. There is also, I saw very firsthand kind of like how a government and how institution, they can turn on you, they can take your asset, and they can, I mean, they get all the resources and all the people. We are not very much. So yeah.
Yeah, hi everyone, I'm Sachin, co-founder of ZK-P2P. For those who are not aware, ZK-P2P is like Binance P2P, but it's on-chain. So you do not have to rely on a centralized intermediary like Binance for facilitating like a P2P transaction, specifically a P2P on-off ramp, which is conversion of fiat to crypto. Yeah, we are on-chain, we are permissionless, and we have all the properties of DeFi. We are the DeFi equivalent of a CeFi technology like Binance P2P. On cypherpunk, I guess like I will quote the source itself. Eric Hughes wrote the cypherpunk manifesto, and in that, I think one line that was really stood out to me is that privacy is not secrecy. It is to selectively reveal something that you want to reveal to the world and keep the rest private. I think for the past 2 years, I've been working on this technology called zero knowledge proofs, and that is the exact physical, I guess, or mathematical embodiment of that specific line, because zero knowledge proofs basically allows you to selectively disclose certain properties about a data. And yeah, I think that is like, quoting the source material itself, ZK is the most cypherpunk technology there is, and whatever we can build using ZK will inherit the cypherpunk properties.
Thank you, Sachin. I'm Leo Lara. I'm engineer at the Ethereum Foundation. I think for me, like the way to say quickly, like cyberpunk is about digital self-sovereignty in a time that everything is digital. I would like to kind of remark that it's not just like privacy, and there's ownership too, and they are very connected, and those are very important things about the cyberpunk movement. That's what it means, digital self-sovereignty. You need privacy, you need secrecy, and you need ownership. And with respect, like the thing the Pan asked us like to give examples, one thing that I use is Railgun. There is a tool, is a network on top of Ethereum that gives you privacy of top of Ethereum. So, for example, if you are getting paid in Ethereum, you don't want the people paying you to know what you are spending it, so you can use Railgun to kind of create privacy and separate like where you are getting paid to where you are spending. And also it's more advanced than that because you can do DeFi in a privacy using zero knowledge proofs inside Railgun. So I recommend everyone to test this project, to try it, yeah.
Hi everybody, my name is Chi. I'm the founder of ETHChiangmai. I have been working in the Ethereum infrastructure study for about 8 years. Before I was a software engineer at Facebook, Google, those big companies, kind of like our enemies in the cyberpunks. So my personal experience, especially in these big companies and now on my own company, and also have living in different countries like China, US, and also a couple of different places like Chiang Mai, give me a really different views of what the world will be. And then also, I believe cyberpunk is a way to help me to better understand what the world is. First, privacy. I work with a couple of the US governments and can't believe they have so much knowledge of what our information, for example, our transactions, our, especially in the bank accounts, basically they can do whatever they want. They can just scam all the information and try to see how much, what you have done and what they can get from all this information. So, this is something I feel that a lot of people are not realize, and they just silently follow those rules, and they have no idea. They just give up their rights in common practice for a lot of people. And that's a great value that cyberpunk gives to me, that, hey, you have to understand first, this you are your rights, and second, now you need to figure out a way to protect all this. And second thing is that cyberpunk supports called minimum trust or verified. But this is to my surprise that a lot of people, according to my observations, just relied on secondhand information and make big decisions. Take an example of recent popular topics in US about Lao A, about the situation in the US, or something happened in China. I'm glad that I have a global view, a better view from both sides, but a lot of people just following those rumors or not to visit these places to go through this experience by themselves and verify so that they are not being fooled by those misinformation. So I think those are really good best practice that cyberpunk taught me, and definitely I will use it for the rest of my life.
Thanks for sharing. I think Leo just mentioned Railgun. For myself, I also tried the Tornado Cash at the early stage. But I think it's also very hard for a normal person to understand why cyberpunk matters. So I like everyone to try to, why should normal people care about cyberpunk? And what real-world harm happens when the privacy or self-custody are not available by default, and who gets hurt first? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, as Xiao mentioned, I mean, we had a 2019 and 2020. I mean, we all passed that, right? And we saw what happened when they actually try to control our rights, because as the kind of like really, I mean, when we look at the whole, I mean, even internet, right? The internet was never designed to be used by this many people. I mean, it was designed to be just a wide area network, right? But then we got like billions of people on it. We got all these entities. Like for example, you got entities for your connection, you got entities for your DNS, you got like every single, I mean, all of these entities, they're extremely powerful, and they're working on things we are not even able to like really think about. Like they're processing terabytes of data and everything. And then what we really kind of saw back in this COVID period, and then me from being from Myanmar, what I saw a coup. So what happened was that what happened is your identity. You gotta really, I mean, it's really shocking how your activities online and how your activities on the transactions reveals who you are to these institutions. It's kind of like they're all connecting the dot. For example, like if you are doing something like, something really not desirable from the government side, right? What happened is that they can just, your bank address is tied to your mobile phone. And the mobile phone knows where you are at this moment, like even in this area right now. And then so what happened is that what happened in Myanmar was that people got like even kind of like really arrested. Like people the soldier, they would come knocking on the door for something like a transaction or something that was like that you spoke over the phone. So yeah, so for me, it was kind of like, it's really kind of like shocking when I actually came here, because like I realized how interconnected everything is even in Thailand. Like it's a rapidly developing country. But then what I also saw was that there was this rise of cybercrime, right? There was this rise of cybercrime, and then in response to it, we also have a lot of this cyber policing going around. For example, for example, like if you want to buy a game on Steam right now, you gotta call the bank as if they're the parents. Like, hey, I'm gonna buy the game. Yeah, it's me. So yeah, I mean, it's getting pretty all in the name of protection, all in the name of security. I mean, just as we have this waves of rise of cybercrime, we have this takes from the police, from the governments to have more control over what we do on the internet. And I think the break, for me, the breaking point was already there, and it was already passed. But then I really don't think people have any like real alternative to this system. So yeah.
I think hopefully we do have alternatives. On the topic of like, why should normal people care? I think in crypto, we have this culture of, like, because everything was born from Bitcoin, we have in the base layer, we have said that we need some cypherpunk principles, and we have a lot of cypherpunks in the community which continuously educate us about why these things matter. But like outside the crypto space, I believe there are very few people who understand why these things or why these properties are required. One thing that does help recently is the rise of AI. I think as AI becomes more prominent, as people try to use or like interact with AI systems more, they understand the fact that once you have enough data, you can basically do anything. You can train AGI using it, but also you can then use the AI to then basically do mass surveillance and do a lot of bad things with the AI system. So that is kind of helping push for, I guess, the narrative that we need to keep our data safe. Companies are being a bit more, I guess, they're trying to not reveal everything about themselves to OpenAI and not use OpenAI systems directly. I think one example specifically in crypto that is, I guess, that happened recently was Coinbase, for example, leaked 1% of their users' data when a data breach happened. And that led to a lot of, I guess, attacks. There were some attacks in Paris because all your crypto history, your financial history, your address, your phone number, your name, everything is online. Then that means you're very attackable. And as these news surface, in the crypto industry as well as outside the crypto industry, people are becoming more aware that I need to protect my data and not give my entire financial history to every intermediary that I interact with. So hopefully it's headed in the right direction. But yeah, there is a lot of work to be done.
Thank you. So one of the things that made me decide to switch to Ethereum was like I was reading in Reddit terror stories of people getting blocked out by certain corporations that owns our emails from their email accounts. No, like someone get hacked and their email is used for something else, and then they completely get blocked and they lose access to their email. And that's a terrifying story because like so much stuff depends on our email, like so much stuff of our life is connected to our email. So that's one of the things that made me realize why decentralization was important and actual ownership of our digital stuff was important. That's this kind of like stories that made me start to worry. And then I think there was a very good point about the corporation, because some people can say, well, but I'm not doing anything illegal, I don't need to hide from the government, blah, blah. But it's like these corporations get hacked, that you're giving the information, even the government get hacked, and then you're a victim, okay? So I think these are the reasons that we can put in front of people to understand the importance of this, even if they are not like tech people.
Yeah, for me, I actually read the Cypherpunk manifesto this morning, and one thing I feel, actually the whole article is focused on privacy, but one thing about reasoning why privacy is important is how the big organizations like governments and also big companies, they call facelessly using their power to take advantage of you. And I think this is something, before I joined crypto Web3, I never realized that when I was a software engineer at Meta, I never realized that actually how deep, how systematic that our rights are being potentially infringed by those centralized systems. Take a very simple example, currency. After I enter in this Web3, I take a systematic way to study the history of currency, and can't believe how many times when the country faces difficulties, they just seize your properties and transfer this to their power. For example, take an example as gold, or as for example, right in the history when the Second War starts, and US actually at the time says personally owned gold is illegal. They can use all kinds of the explanations to basically take advantages of you. So now, that's why I stay in this Web3 ecosystem, is that now we found there's another way that help others to counter those big organizations like Bitcoin, Ethereum, and they are much easier to be verified, they are much easier to transfer, to take over. Definitely there are some new crime scene that happening in this system, but I believe with all these technology advancements, we can solve all those problems with like smart contract, multi-sig wallets, all kinds of types of things. And this is something that actually taught me if I do not have the close look on how the cyberpunk is.
Yeah, thanks for sharing. You know, even if the protocol is permissionless, like Ethereum or other VPN or other things you can use, but real life has gatekeepers or permission point here. So in your context, what's the biggest gatekeeper or choke point that can still block people, and how do you work around it?
Can I? Yeah. I found this question very, very, very interesting. No, like I think we cannot have failed. I hope we recover, but we cannot have failed in a very perverse way. No, like like going back to the email example, all these corporations that have our emails are using open source to run this emails infrastructure.
Yeah.
They are all using Linux, they are all using open source email transfer agents, and still it's so difficult to self-host email. It's such a hassle, it's such a work that so few people are self-hosting email, no? So we kind of put there all the technologically fundamentals to make possible to be completely self-sovereign, and I think they are there. They can be improved, they're there, but they are too difficult for people to use. And like, if you want to be like an extreme cyberpunk, like you can have Linux in your laptop, you can have HarmonyOS, but you need to find like a laptop that works well with Linux, that everything works with Linux. You need to buy a phone that works with HarmonyOS, etc., etc. So there is like there is a lot of problem for like. It's not usable. It's not easy for. It's easy even for people technically with a lot of technical knowledge. It's a lot of work that they need to spend time managing all these things, no? And AI is making it more difficult because like all this inference, no, running, even if you have open source model, like to run a big model, you need really big machines that are not affordable for more people. So, and you are going to be less competitive if you cannot use the big models. So we are getting to another point of centralization that even like all the technology fundamentally is there, like all these open source models, there is like the easier path, the effortless path is to use these open source technologies through centralized corporations. So my idea is like we need to kind of find a way to self-organize, to use Ethereum to coordinate and self-organize and to be able to compete with these corporations to provide decentralized solutions that are easy for people to use, that are like as easy, that are like just like register, login, click, and then you are there. Otherwise, we cannot have a fail in a very perverse way because we are giving them the tools to centralize more. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
Email is a good example, yeah. How's everyone else?
I think I really agree with Leo because, like, yeah, I mean, I really recall this phase called like it was by Bruce Schneider. He's like, you know what I mean, yeah. So yeah, what he said was like, yeah, I mean, we cannot secure our data anymore because many of our data is no longer in our hand. I mean, we can only do so much, but then, I mean, I would say the biggest chokehold would be the governments because it all comes down to our kind of like to keep yourself secure. I mean, even like when it comes to even stuff like traditional banking systems, right? The things that is tied to you, like for example, phone numbers, like and your faces, your everything that is identifiable about you, they use it to verify you. So means to say you can't actually kind of like, hey, I'm going cyberbank and throw these shit away. You cannot log out of this shit, right? So I think like when it comes to like really this, so yeah, I mean like there are like a lot of parts we have to take care of, and it's not just about setup. It's about a lifestyle. It's about living privately, and it's not. I mean, it's not an easy job. It's not an affordable job either. So what is it? So yeah, I mean, so I set my eye on this kind of like. So there are like a lot of initiatives as well around identity in blockchain identity, because like as you said, privacy is something you gotta control in a fine-tuned level. You want something for people to see. You don't mean for some things you have control over. You're not gonna show that to anyone. And I think I see that in really kind of like, yeah, I mean these blockchain-based identity initiative, I think they're a very interesting concept as well. And then I think it will also kind of like, I mean, even with Web3 and blockchain technology, right? We still have KYC. I mean, we have to, I mean, for all sakes, right? But then I think these KYC challenge. I mean, the digital identity stuff, they can actually kind of help circumvent this in a good way as well.
Yeah, I guess to add on to what Leo said before, like, yes, Ethereum is permissionless, yes, it's censorship resistant, but there are, as a technological stack, there are 5 other, I guess, layers in the stack that you have to go through before you can access Ethereum itself. You have to have internet, you have to have a device operating system, you have to have an app on the operating system, and then you have to then KYC into, if it is like a non-custodial wallet, then you don't have to do KYC, but if it is a centralized exchange, then you have to KYC. And all of these stacks above Ethereum itself form the choke point. Like, you might be in a country where the App Store does not support that particular wallet, so that is your choke point. You might be in a country where the exchange doesn't support people from that geography, so that is your choke point. I think one way to solve those choke points is to switch slowly to more open by default protocols. So instead of using the phone, you have to use the web, which means giving up a bit of convenience, but at least the web is an open platform. Chrome extensions are more open compared to Apple apps. Also, one more other thing that I need to, I guess, highlight is that if those choke points exist, as long as there is an opportunity to exit, you should be fine. As long as you can exit from one system and enter another more permissionless system, I think, yeah, that's very needed. And that's where ZK TLS and other technologies that I mostly work on, like ZK DIDs, these systems basically allow you to break those walled gardens and export your data without having to ask permission from the centralized providers. You can just, very similar to how you can escape from an L2, Ethereum L2 to an Ethereum L1, ZK TLS allows you to escape and take all your data with authenticity and privacy and export it to a more permissionless system like Ethereum.
For my personal understanding, the biggest gatekeeper actually perhaps different answer is myself. So first, I'm lazy. I'm a human, I'm lazy. Second, I want to enjoy my life, and I don't want to learn those things that burn my brain. But reality is that if you are lazy, if you are not would like just enjoy your life, then you are actually blocking yourself. For example, if I know the importance of privacy or importance of cryptocurrency, then I have to practice by myself to understand what happens here. If I want to contribute Ethereum, then I should join the ACD, attend the DevCon, come to ETHChiangmai, discuss with different people, and grab the first-hand information or verify myself. Actually, I was surprised when I revisited my last 8 years experience. I was surprised that a lot of gatekeeper is people are just blocked by themselves, either by fear or lazy. But if you just take a little bit courage, a little bit cost, for example, buy a ticket to come here or find the best person in the experts in different community, discuss with them in a good faith and how to contribute, take your time to contribute. You'll find there's a lot of things that just can just immediately disappear. And I think this is something that's really, really important to me. And because I can solve all the things, I can solve privacy problem, I can solve the, for example, the misinformation problem. I can know a lot of people and then reaching a better consensus to understand how the world operates, and just take action.
Yeah, very good point. And I think time's close, but we have one last question, one last topic. If you could change just one common default, one setting or normal habit, most people follow to have living permissionlessly easier and safer, what would it be and why would it change so much? Yeah.
I could go first. I think financial privacy is the most important privacy that you need to optimize for. Everything stems from financial privacy. As long as you can move value and move your life to somewhere else, you are safe. I guess one, just use ZK P2P. We are a peer-to-peer privacy preserving on-off ramp. If you want to go to Zcash, go via ZK-P2P, and you keep your privacy from the first mile all the way up to Zcash. Nobody would know that you are going to Zcash. Don't use centralized exchanges, basically.
Okay. Anyone want to share?
One thing, when you were talking about the compromise, I thought more about the other side, like what I'm kind of willing to compromise. And something that I don't know how we can mix well with cyberpunk is reputation, no? Like how you create a career, you do certain things, you want people to do that you have done these things, and that's very kind of difficult to combine with privacy, no? And I saw like many of the people I work with, they have like all the accounts in all the platform, completely different names, completely different photos, and I thought they do it for privacy, but it makes like so much difficult to know. Like sometimes you think they are two different people in GitHub or in Discord, you know, but no, they are the same people. So how we, for me it's difficult, like kind of like how we can have reputation. I know there is like CKP things for posting but yes, as a general level, no? How come have we our public identities, our reputation, at the same time privacy? Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think it's a pretty hard question, right? Because I think for me, I mean, I think we're at I think we all agree that we're at a interesting times, right? I mean, but then I'm not really seeing, like, if I were to identify one particular change, I really can't see it, because like there are like a lot of things happening, and a lot of like, even with the let's see with the rise of authoritarianism, we see that even on the internet, like even countries like Western aligned country, they're going full authoritarianism mode on the internet, and that's the same as the social media, that's the same as the bank. So I'm not even sure, like, I don't think the bad stuff, they have run their course, like, but the thing is, we may, I mean, as is usual, I think we may have the next best thing. So yeah, I mean, but only one thing to change, I really can't identify it right now.
Yeah, for me, so if something changes, common is probably to understand yourself and understand what a humanity is, and according to that, understand why we need privacy, why we want to minimize the power, why we want to verify by ourselves. Otherwise, like, for example, we know the human is greedy, the power will be based on top of that, but power will just grow if we do not put limits or corresponding competitors. And that's why we need privacy, because this is the tool that be able to combat with all these centralized powers. And because we cannot trust that they are in good faith. And we have to verify, for example, all those governments, they are doing good things or not. Because, for example, for this time, we are quite surprised, these Epstein files. I do check some of the files, and also Hillary files. And you can imagine there's a lot of interesting, like, facts that are flying for those kind of elite peoples. And without verifying by myself, I cannot trust, like, why we are trust these people, then they can do good things. So, so my general practice is face ourselves and face our weakness, and then we are able to how to counter them.
Yeah, thanks for sharing. Thanks our panelists for sharing and discussion, and thank you for your time. And that's it for our cyberpunk panel. Yeah.
ขอบคุณครับ
Thank you so much. Well, so that concludes our morning session. A huge thank you to all of our distinguished speakers this morning. Now we're gonna take a break for lunch and informal networking from 12 to 2 o'clock p.m. This is a fantastic opportunity to step outside, grab a coffee, and have some food. Enjoy your lunch, guys, and see you guys at 2 p.m.
do a little bit of some Ethereum songs and some live looping to carry on.
frustration that come from the nation that dropped an atomic bomb on a planet we share as one. And I have a frustration that also tested those fucking bombs in our oceans. And now you see with the plastic eye, it's choking our reefs. Now you see protection of this earth must be collaboration of every nation. Whoa, whoa. A planet we share as one. It's a planet we share as one. evolve like we evolve with technology. And now you see like a real cool experiment with a permanent hub like 4C. We can build and dog food and test our own technology in community, so we can see how we can share it openly with humanity, so we can be free. A planet we share as one. This is a planet we share as one. We can build it up like a layer one. The world computer called a theory. It's a planet we share as one. We can build it up like a layer one. The world computer called a theory. I have a frustration. There are two bordering nations have to fight for the greed of fucking man's manipulation. Why does war have to be a ghost situation? Planet we share as one. We can build it up like a Lego. The world computer called a theory. Planet we share as one. Build it up like a layer one. Computer called a theory. And I have a frustration. There's two bordering nations have to fight for the greed of fucking man's manipulation. Why does war have to be a typical situation? For a planet we share as one. And we can stop like a layer. Whoa. The word computer called Ethereum. That stop like a layer. Whoa. The word computer called Ethereum. There's a good chance there'll be blue skies when I get back to the mile. Heaven's embrace, the place where it gets both hot and cold. That sweet low cherry scent on a chairlift covered in snow is easily one of the best seas to all the beauty of my eyes see on two skis in the Rockies. Where family meals, cotton fishing meals, and we're always crushing on mountain tails since we love our teams and we love our trails. And when the snowfall gets a foot tall on the first stretch and surface. The pulse of them on teddy bear. Without fear, we fall down anywhere. Like music on red rocks, yellow leaves on white tree bark, orange on a sunset cloud, purple on a rocky mount. Evergreen touch the sky blue above Christmas lights down Bellevue. No matter where I go, the color of my heart is Colorado. I'm never ready when it's time to go, but it only be much sweeter when it's time to go home. Colorado. I'm never ready when it's time to go, but it only be much sweeter when it's time to go home. I like music on red rocks, yellow leaves on white tree bark, orange on a sunset cloud, above purple on a rocky mount. Evergreen touch the sky blue above Christmas lights down Bellevue. No matter where I go, the color of my heart is Colorado. Never ready when it's time to go, but it only be much sweeter when it's time to go home. I'm from Colorado, that's where I was born. I might go to ETHChiangmai, not quite sure, but I definitely can't wait to go home because I just became an uncle while I was here at Four Seas. My little brother gave birth for the first time, so family here at Four Seas feels like it's given me a big gift of a bigger family. And I can't wait to go home and meet my nephew, but that's a song about Colorado. And ETHChiangmai, shout out ETHChiangmai team. I hope you guys have music, even if I can't make it back. I know you will. It's gonna be a music festival on the outside. Colorado, never ready when it's time to go, but it only be much sweeter when it's time to go home. Colorado, never ready when it's time to go, but it only be much sweeter when it's time to go home. Colorado. butterflies and love pollinate the infinite garden. It's not just a place for fun, decentralized, permissionless, and open source. Even with the layer 1 as its shield and the layer 2 as our soul, all we need to wage in a war is butterflies and love. 'Cause Ethereum is a positive sound built by and for everyone. Hey, so Nana, we can be soy boy, big brother. We don't have to fight a war for users and developers. We build apps that bridge us all together. Competition can be over, 'cause Ethereum is a positive sum built by for everyone. Mila. shitcoin. You were the first to inspire our Ethereum co-creator. His magazine wasn't just an ordinary page turner. Even though we don't found a Vitalik found inspiration from your magical legend. Yeah, yeah. Whoa, yeah, 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 yeah. So we should only wage war. Butterflies and love, pollinate the infinite garden. It's not just a place for fun. Decentralized, decentralized, and open sourced. Even the layer one as a shield, and the layer two as our soul. All we need to wage in a war is butterflies and love. Ethereum is a positive sum. Built by and for everyone. Hey, don't let the arrows pointed at you. Never be so lovely high from the start. The heartbeat of the Ethereum Foundation. To us, the power of subtraction, man. From the start, we did not want a title. That's why we have such fertile soil to grow strong and equal in infinite garden, which grows tall and strong and makes us all look small in the infinite garden. Yeah, yeah. So we should only wage war with butterflies and love, pollinate the infinite garden. It's not just a place for fun. Decentralized, permissionless, and open source. Even the layer one as a shield and the layer two as our soul. All we need to wage in a war is butterflies and love. Cause it's really is a positive sum. Still love you most of all. You are the world computer built by all my brothers and sisters. Together we don't have to wage a war. All we need is butterflies and love to pollinate infinite garden, which grows tall and strong and makes us all look small in the infinite garden. Yeah, yeah. has a song about the infinite garden inspired by Aya. Yaguchi, Madam Presidente. Is QZ here yet? I actually recorded that song in Singapore with QZ and some of his friends, so. The strings and the glow of monitors bright. A tale unfolds from the depths of code beneath the starry night. In a world where ether flows and smart contracts bridge the realms, so never mind the beacon bow with captains at their heads. Sing of the forge where chains intertwine, where never minds craftsmen in unity align. Through upgrades and changes, their brilliance does shine in the heart of Ethereum, forever enshrined in the heart of Ethereum, forever enshrined. Fires of 1559, where fields became a song, to the merge where two worlds combine, and the chain grew ever strong. And then came the blood with 4844, and we will build so much more. Towards infinity, it's only just begun. craftsmen in unity line. Through upgrades and changes, the brilliance does shine in the heart of Ethereum, forever enshrined. In the heart of Ethereum, forever enshrined. Sing out for chains intertwined, in minds, craftsmen in unity line. Through upgrades and changes, the brilliance does shine in the heart of Ethereum, forever enshrined. So here's to those that built the nodes, the architects of a dream, in the fabric of Ethereum, constant guiding theme. With every line close and every entrance there, leave the future bright forward in the digital veil. Through upgrades and changes, the brilliance does shine in the heart of Ethereum, forever enshrined. Of 1559, where these became a song, to the merge where two worlds combine, and the chain grew ever strong. Then came the blocks with 4A44, and we will build so much more. The journey towards infinity has only just begun. Four Seasons made lots of improvements this month. They've built a library, added all kinds of new toys and gadgets, and the community keeps getting bigger and bigger. And they got a nomad shop also, and they grill tons and tons of tofu every night. So, you know, it just keeps getting bigger and beautiful and better. So, you know, through upgrades and changes, their brilliance does shine in the heart of Ethereum, forever enshrined in the heart of Ethereum, forever enshrined. Yeah, and you can go to Four Seas anytime.
Hello everyone. Our afternoon session will be start in 5 minutes. Please make sure to be back in your seat on time. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you had a really refreshing lunch. Well, so as we move into the afternoon, we're shifting our focus from high-level philosophy to tangible action. We'll be exploring how global system and a theory ecosystem translate into local impact, specifically through the lenses of education, research, and community building. To officially kick off our afternoon sessions, it is my pleasure to invite a key figure behind the entire event to the stage, representing 4Cs. He has been instrumental in bringing this version to life and coordinating the incredible support from our sponsors and co-hosts. Please join me in welcoming Zeke to the stage for the afternoon opening speech. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. I'm Zeke from 4Cs. I will give a simple introduction of 4Cs today. Okay, 4Cs is a community. What is 4Cs? Simply, we can say it's a permanent node in Chiang Mai for Zuzalu movement, and also an Ethereum cultural space in Chiang Mai. As a permanent nodes, we have two parts in Chiang Mai. One is in Hangdong, we call the 4Cs Mountain View. This space is fit for long-term and big group of people to stay there, focus on what they are doing. For example, like a hackathon and a long-term workshop and team building. It's in the mountains, so it's so natural and surrounded by the trees, rivers. It's very nice space. And the second space is in Ningman. It's just 5 minutes far away by walk from here. I think most of you already be there before. 4Cs Ningman is in the center of the city, so it's different with Mountain View. We have 3 spaces now. One is the main space. Is many of you, I think, joined the events before, and also we provide a co-working space, and also we have the co-living space. So it's combined by this important component in this building. And we have Zuzalu Library just started around 10 days ago. And we also have Ethereum Digital Nomad Store. This store, we provide the local survey, local information for the digital nomads, for the people just come to Chiang Mai if they need no more information, local information. We are there, and we also provide the grilled tofu. That's we create that space for natural connection. Yeah, if you have time at night, almost every night we have grilled tofu party. Yes. And when we talk about 4Cs, we have to talk about Planker DAO. Planker DAO is spontaneously organized by a group of Ethereum builders from China. Most of them, they are developers, they are researchers, they are PM. So we started Planker like 2020 or 2021, and we did something important things, like we incubated the GCC. GCC is Great Chinese Community for Public Goods. So for public goods funding, we provide grants to students to attend the like DevCon, DevConnect, the AI plan tickets, and also donate to, for example, a lot of good projects in the Ethereum ecosystem. For example, ZK P2P, Web3 privacy, and a lot of other communities. we also incubated the Uncommons. It was Green POCN. Green POCN is focused on cultural enlightenment. We have like around 20 researchers. And yeah, very important one is incubated Forces. It's from 2022. We want to try what is we want to test, we want to do experience to say how to create new future in the in the idea of network state. And then we also incubated East Panda. East Panda is a community we want to promote more Ethereum culture, Ethereum community, the technology to Chinese-speaking world. So this is the planker. So this is Forces timeline. The book, there is a book called The Network State, wrote by Balaji. It's published in July 2022. So after that, we find that the timing is coming, so we want to create this kind of project to see how to make this idea happen. So in the March and during March and May of 2023, the first time of Zuzalu, almost all the members in Forces, we attended the event in Montenegro. And in the same year, Zuzalu is decentralized, so we propose Chiang Mai as the second place for Zuzalu, and it's we make it real, make it happen after 1 year. That is 2024, around October. The pop-up season happened in Chiang Mai, and this year we have ETHChiangmai, also 2 months long, and recently we have a Zuzalu library. In ETHChiangmai, we got a lot of support from the whole ecosystem. Like Vitalik, he arrived like 1 week, stayed here, and had some events. Also, we have like Tomasz, the director of Ethereum Foundation, to support us, and a group of scholars, researchers, cypherpunks. They come to Chiang Mai to share their ideas to support us. And the Zuzalu Library, we just started in 25th of January, opened with a reading group. This reading group called Let a Southern Society Balloon. This reading group is led by Vitalik from Zuzalu community and some other communities members. And we have 2 main parts in the library. The first floor is a library and include books in multi-language like Thai, Chinese, English, Burmese. I think we will have more books in different language. And the first floor, we also have discussion happen there, like a movie night. I just saw it last night. And the third floor. So the third floor is exhibition space. And now we have a cypherpunk exhibition called the One-Way Function. It will keep 3 months long. So welcome everyone to visit there. Except the things we do by ourselves, we also have a lot of collaboration with other people. For example, through different ways. For example, we donate like the Mu, Grace Mental, Pagoda, Shanghai Wu, Wamao. these pop-up cities to see. And we also provide spaces for the different teams, communities. For example, Invisible Garden is happened in 2024. It's a 50 days long ZK technology hackathon. And also we have a Founding the Commons residency in Mountain View. And yeah, just 1 week ago, we have Cypherpunk and the Thinkers Assembly. Besides these big events, the pop-up cities, we also have a lot of small events happened in Four Seasons Ningman. For example, this month, January in 2026, we have the various communities host more than 120 events there. That's every day, like four events happening there. And the theme is around AI, crypto, humanities, longevity, and yeah, many others. So if you want to host some events, you can apply from Four Seasons website. You can, if you want to know more information, you want to like apply the residency, apply the public space for your events, just scan the QR code and contact us. Yeah, that's Four Seasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Zig, for the introduction of 4Cs. Well, now to continue our conversation from foundational values to real-world adoption, we now turn to a leader who is at the forefront of bringing Web3 to the masses in this region. Building a decentralized future requires not just a version, but a bridge to the system of today. Our next speaker represents the institutional front of this journey, focusing on stewardship, responsibility, and a delicate balance of scaling cypherpunk values within a model regulatory framework. Now, please join me in a very warm welcome for the leaders driving the crypto landscape here in Thailand. Nira, CEO of Binance Thailand. Let's welcome.
Hello. Okay. Okay, I'm waiting for my slide to come up. I'll just, not yet, probably. Okay, there it is. So hi everyone, my name is Niran. I run Binance in Thailand. So given you guys are all crypto native, I probably don't have to introduce who is Binance, right? So today, I'm not here to talk about ETH specifically because you guys have a whole week of talking about ETH already. And don't want to talk about market prices because market prices have been crap for the last few weeks. So I turn to the most boring topic, regulations. So today, representing Binance in Thailand, we are a licensed crypto exchange in Thailand. I want to share with you today what is happening in Thailand. Many people here visit us from overseas, I believe, right? Anyone who live in Thailand or have a residency in Thailand? Okay, there's a few of you. Anyone who come from overseas? Great. So let me go through a little bit about where is the Thailand landscape today. And the goal of today is to encourage you guys to stay in Thailand a little bit longer. And I'll tell you why. Okay? So today I'll talk through blockchain landscape in Thailand. Okay. So as you guys know, right, Thailand is very, very digital native population. Actually, you can say the same about Southeast Asia in general, right? We have 65 million people. Now it's roughly 70 million if counting all you guys who are you are here but not counted, we're probably around 75, 80 million people, right? A lot of people live in Chiang Mai but not properly recorded in the government bureau. So we have 65 million people, 91% of them have internet penetration. We are one of the highest internet penetration in the world, right? And The Facebook penetration is actually 1.2. So for every one population, there's actually 2 Facebook accounts. So we are like very advanced. I don't know why people need 2 Facebooks. We can talk about that later. You guys also know PromptPay, right? So PromptPay has been one of the most advanced national payment rails in the world, right? I think we are number 3 in the world. And number 1 is obviously China. I don't know who number 2 is. My research team didn't tell me, but we are number 3. And we process a lot of transactions over the last year, right? We have 2.27 billion transactions per month and about 4.23 trillion, very big number anyway. So we are very, very advanced in terms of digital. And you guys all know crypto adoption index, the Chainalysis index, right? And we are ranked number 17, right? This index actually varies from year to year. We were top 10 for a year, now we are number 17. All in all, we're high up there in terms of crypto adoption, right? According to crypto Chainalysis, about 20% of population have crypto, which to me is a bit of an overestimation, but still, I'll take it. A lot of people have crypto in Thailand, right? If you look at what is actually reported by the local regulator, the SEC, we have about 2.3 million active accounts who trade crypto on local licensed exchange like us, right? On average, we have a 5 billion trading volume. The trading volume might not be that big yet, but what's interesting is 2.3 monthly active trading users is actually more than the traditional stockbrokers in Thailand. So what you can tell is there are more people trading crypto in Thailand more than trading stocks, right? That says a lot, right? And speaking of the SEC, right? So for the longest time, the SEC in Thailand doesn't really like crypto that much, like any other places in the world. Starting last year, thanks to President Trump, I guess, right? They're opening up to crypto, right? Partly because they realize that this is a force that cannot be held back, right? It's coming. So the SEC has taken a decisive step this year to embrace crypto as part of their strategy, right? So their strategy this year, which was announced 2 weeks ago, they talk about crypto in many, many places. Number 1, they talk about crypto as a new asset class. Previously, they see crypto as this random stuff that some youngsters, the Gen Z trades for fun, speculations. Now they're actively looking at it as an asset class. They're telling their investor to diversify their portfolio into crypto. So this is a big, big, big step for us. Number 2 is institutional access. I guess everyone is crazy about crypto ETF 2 years ago, and as normal per every other regulators, they are a little bit behind. So now we are talking about crypto ETFs in Thailand. So this year, at some point, we will see crypto ETFs in Thailand. After the US has it 2 years ago, Hong Kong had it last year. We are finally having it this year we will see Bitcoin spot ETF in Thailand. And stable coins, right? So not only the SEC, also the Bank of Thailand is also looking into stable coins, right? They're jumping in this bandwagon where, Visa, MasterCard, JP Morgan, they all have stable coins. Every other company in the US now has stable coins, so now we also want stable coins. So yes, there's going to be a sandbox on stable coins, and we are still testing it. The Bank of Thailand is still a little bit nervous about KYC, money laundering, but they are opening up finally. Right? They're opening up to explore, to experiment, to see how we can use a stable coin and the underlying blockchain technology to make new innovations. So a few more practical examples. Right? I guess you guys are all builders here, right? So you guys can see you can build some stuff. Right? And I think these are some examples what the regulators are opening up, right? So if you guys are in the project to do tokenization, the regulators already allow ICO for real estate tokenizations, right? Right now there's about 6 projects, 6 condos I think it's condos and also commercial mixed-use properties that are tokenized and now traded on the exchange. So, the trading volume is not that much, but it's a very good way to raise funds, right? So many people are looking to tokenizing real estates. This is under SEC regulation. It will take a little bit of time. It's not as simple, but at least, again, my point is they're opening up. And another thing that they've been asking us to do is tokenization of securities. Right? So the SEC, again, sees the X stocks of the world. They see they can trade US stocks 24/7 anywhere in the world. Why can't you trade Thai securities? Right? So they are trying to test out, let's say, money market funds. Right? Access to money market fund is actually not that simple. Right? You have to open a brokerage accounts to actually get money market funds. But now they're saying, hey, why don't we? Oh, and you trade money market funds is gonna take 2-day settlement and whatnot. Why not bring everything on chain? So one of the things that we are expecting to see this year is to have money market funds tokenized on chain, right? And also corporate bonds, right? So they are starting to do that. And again, like I said, if you guys are into this space, we can have a chat about how you guys can stay here a little longer doing all these projects. Another thing that will be very interesting for you guys is the Tourist DigiPay project, right? Again, this is also one of the initiatives that was announced last year. I'm not sure if you guys have heard about this, where they're opening a sandbox where you can have download a local app, let's say Binance Thailand, and you deposit crypto, can use this to scan at all the QR prompt pay in Thailand. I know for many of you, you guys have that challenges where you want to buy coffee and you have a credit card or debit card or even crypto card you cannot use on the national QR prompt pay in Thailand, and this will solve that problem. So this is another initiative they're planning to do this year. Sometime this year, you see that you can actually download a local license app like us, like Binance, and use that to scan at QR prompt pay nationwide. Again, this is a huge step, right? So previously, crypto and payment has been something like, no, Bank of Thailand doesn't want it. Now they are finally opening up. I just want to emphasize that there's a big willingness for them to test. You have to imagine these guys are super conservative. They're very risk averse. The very fact that they are willing to even test this gives me a lot of confidence that this country, at least minus the election, is going to the right places. And the problem, I borrowed this slide from a friend. The problem in Thailand is that we have a big crypto community. Right? I was telling you guys, 20% of the population have crypto, plus minus. But most of them are just investors. We have a lot of KOLs that promotes crypto, right? As Binance TH, we hire a lot. I don't want to say hire. We engage a lot of KOLs to promote, our platform, to buy and sell crypto. We do a lot of that. We have too many influencers. We have too many KOLs. We don't have builders. We don't have people like you guys who actually make the real stuff, right? Like, it's all marketing and sales here. And one of the reasons why we are here, we as in Binance TH is here, is that we really want to see more of this, right? We want to support the ETHChiangmai team. We want to support all the sort of dev hackathon stuff anywhere, right? So I'll go into all the education stuff that we do as well. But I'm really, really thankful. I really appreciate that all you guys are here trying to build something, and I hope that you guys will stay here longer to, create an ecosystem in Thailand. So yes, we don't have engineers. We don't have, and I think our education system does not fully encourage people to become engineer either, right? And it's much easier to be an influencer. You do one video clip, you make a few $100s, right? Being an engineer to create a platform, it takes time. It's not instant gratification that the Gen Z today wants to see, right? It takes much, much longer to deliver and ship a product that works. People don't have patience anymore these days. But we need more people like this, because otherwise all the real value is being built elsewhere. Okay. So I'll take the next few slides introducing Binance TH a little bit, since I'm the sponsor as well, so I might as well say a little bit about myself, right? So Binance TH, as you guys know, we are a crypto exchange. We have a subsidiary of the Binance Global, and we are locally licensed. We have a full team working in Thailand, serving Thai users, right? And our mission is, of course, try to drive digital asset adoption in Thailand, right? We want to focus very, very much on education. on user experience and building this community. It's not so much about trading, Bitcoin going up or going down. Obviously, it's true, right? We make money from commission where people trade, but that's not our ultimate objective, right? Our ultimate objective is to be here long term, to build this community in the long term, right? And given that we are Binance, we have one of the best tech stacks in the world in terms of exchanges, so we want to bring whatever the best out there to serve the people in Thailand, right? And last but not least is, again, talking about ecosystem, right? So it's not just about our company, it's just about trading, it's about creating this digital asset ecosystem in Thailand. And what we have done, right, is what we have done, again, this is my typical slides that I go meet my customers. I'll just share a little bit on here. One is the platform. Obviously, our platform is Binance. Don't want to talk more about it. We focus on users, right, customer experience. I want to particularly touch a little bit more on community and education, and that's why we are here today. Yeah, so we do a lot of events, right? Like Four Seas, they have a lot of events in Chiang Mai. We also do a lot of events, and we will do even more in this year, right? This is a picture of what we did last year. We practically wrapped the entire Siam Square area. For those of you who have been in Bangkok, you know the Siam area is the central area of Bangkok, right? And we practically wrap it and we make it into a festival, right? We have games, we have projects come and, give education. We have Mudeng. At the time, Mudeng was a pretty big thing. Now, not so much. Mudeng was there. We had a booth and they give out Mudeng plushies, right? People love it. So we try to mix a little bit of fun and also education in the event, right? As you can see, like there's games and stuff, people love it, right? And we have people, analysts from different banks talking about crypto prices. Last year was all great. This year, not so much. Yeah, so that's that. This clicker is, okay. Again, more events, right? Just give you some pictures. So every time some global guys coming to Thailand, for example, Richard was here in town middle of last year. We have a small event with Richard. If you guys are part of the community, you guys are invited, obviously, to join our event, right? So Richard was sharing about what's going on globally. We try to do something different, right? So we have our community, we go watch football together. There was a football night. There was, I think, Arsenal versus Liverpool, but doesn't matter. Yeah, so we try to do something different to engage community. So it's not just about talking about what crypto is or where the price is going. We are trying to mix the element of fun in our community as well. And I think the key thing I want to share with you guys is we are very much focused on education, right? Right now, our education covers mostly just what is crypto, what's blockchain, not so much on the tech stuff yet, right? Just the very basic, right? So we partner with Thammasat University, which is, I think if you guys know, is top 3 universities in Thailand. So we actually have a full-fledged course where uni students can take those courses. It has credits, and they count toward their graduations. Right? So we have the full course on that. And we're expanding this to Chiang Mai this year. So we are talking to Chiang Mai universities to give general crypto education for students, right? People are asking me, can we do the next level, which is like for engineers, right? Like, can you teach them how to code on blockchain? That's not our strength at the moment, but we're actually looking into that to see if we can sponsor those courses as well. Okay, so like I was saying, like we go to a lot of universities. We also give free courses, right? If you follow our Facebook, you see where we have been. So we were teaching at universities, at high school, police academies, companies. I think we had on average 2 events every week in terms of education. So I will be here in Thailand, in Chiang Mai more often as well. Last year was very much focused in Bangkok. This year, we're trying to expand to the provinces. So Chiang Mai, likely either Phuket or Hat Yai will be our next destination. So you see more of us this year if you stay. So please stay. Yeah, I think that's all for my slides, right? That's all. I just want to say, like, a lot of you guys, if you guys live in Thailand and has some sort of long-term visa, not the tourist visa, long-term visa, you can also apply to Binance TH and trade, or you want to do on-off ramp, you can do it through us as well. Right? You have any questions, you can find me around here later on. Again, I just want to say it's been a pleasure for me to be here, right, to support all the cool initiatives here. I'm not a tech guy, so I might not entirely appreciate what you guys are talking about, but I really enjoy, talking to tech people, try to see what you guys are doing something different, and I really wish you guys would stay here in Thailand a little bit longer. That's all. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Now, our first panel of the afternoon tackles a concept that is central to the future of decentralized communities, cosmolocalism. We're here to discuss how we can build locally while coordinating globally. To lead this conversation, we have an incredible group of thinkers, builders. Now, please welcome our panelist, Dave Lewis, founding steward of DGCNX and Light Forest, Sim Chua, founding curator of Pang Studios, Vienna, researcher at Chiang, Napam, the assistant professor at Chiang Mai University, and also our moderator, Christine, founding contributor of Ethereum Philippines. Guys, let's welcome.
Hello. First of all, there's a bit of reshuffling, and we decided that the best person who would be hosting this panel is Vivian, and I'll be sitting as one of the panel. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's me again. If you were here in the morning, it's my great honor to host the second panel today. This topic is cosmolocalism. I think this morning we heard actually a brilliant talk from already from Michelle Bowens about what cosmolocalism is. But if it's still kind of like a new concept to you, like a quick overview of cosmolocalism, it's a third way beyond state and market. It's connecting global knowledge and philosophical system and the local practices. So today, we actually have a wonderful panel of practitioners who's been connecting the global philosophies of Ethereum, decentralized organizing, with their communities around Asia. I would like to introduce, not me, I would like to invite them to introduce themselves. Like, definitely your name, how does your work connect to the broader cosmolocalism concept in your understanding? Would you like to start, Dev?
Thanks, Vivian, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dev, spelled D-E-V, but I'm not a dev, that's just my name. I always have to emphasize that in these spaces. And my background is a mixture of, I do research, I build communities, facilitate workshops, and I podcast. Those are some of the hats that I wear. And as far as cosmolocalism is concerned, my interest or my role has been in creating that culture coordination that Michelle talked about, the idea of bringing together different people and creating the shift in values and shift in culture, on top of which we can build new technological products and ways of, and economies and systems. So I'll pause there and add more later.
Thank you.
I think we're skipping one for now and we'll come back to her. Hi everyone, my name is Sam, Sam Chua. I live in Kuala Lumpur and I'm based in Asia. I'm here in many hats, but today as the founding curator of this community called Pang Studios. Pang Studios is about solar pang for SEA, Southeast Asia, but also SEA as in the sea. Because the history of this part of the world, where we are not one big empire, we are actually a region of many different peoples who were connected by the sea. So in a way, Pang is a very cosmo-local story, where many different places, some islands, some mountains, exchange people, exchange foods, exchange religions, and were able to benefit from connectivity with everybody. So they had a mini Cosmo across Sepang that connected and allowed them to share resources, spices, flavors, and ideas, but still very respectively local grounded cultures. So you get a culture in Chiang Mai that's very different from a culture in Cebu or a culture somewhere else, but they all benefit from shared commonalities. So Sepang Studios is about learning from that history, but asking, what can we learn from the history if we reimagine it today? Today we have Web3, we have generative AI, we have all these new technologies. If we took that and asked, what would my grandmother invent for the life she wants, the world she wants to have, the community she wants to have today, what would she create? Maybe she would have a village with healthy organic chicken, but also solar panels and crypto money, and all these things combined together. So Sepang's about asking, how do we remix both past and future in ways that are fun? In Thailand, we like to say sanuk, which is a very convivial enjoyment kind of thing. The way that our values can actually combine with technologies from somewhere else, but become our own kinds of futures. And that draws from Cosmolocal, because some things, Southeast Asia, we love learning from global supply chains and global ideas, but we like to localize it and add the right chili and sugar so that it matches our taste. And we're trying to do that for not just the food, but the ways that we live.
Thank you, Sam. Tin.
Hello, I'm Tin from East Philippines, and mostly I do education stuff, but the more important work is weaving all these islands in the archipelago together to be able to collaborate and do something under the same mental framework that decentralization and giving away power to people is what this technology is all about. So it's mostly doing what Sam does, but inside the islands of the Philippines. So yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Napon. I am an assistant professor at Faculty of Economics, Chiang Mai University. In my faculty, I creating the class of Economic of DeFi. Okay, many years ago, 4 to 5 years ago. Okay, we try to teach the student about DeFi business. You know, the problem in Thailand right now is young people, a new generation, they're trading token on centralized exchange, right? They just want to get a profit. They don't even know how the token come from. They not even know, for example, the token like Uni or Aave, what the business they do, okay? So the purpose of my class is I'm teaching students about the business in the blockchain. Not only Ethereum, but also BNB, also Solana, okay? So let them know that we actually have the new economy going on the internet, on Web3. So that is the class. Yeah.
Thank you, Napun. And we have Vienna.
Okay, so I wanted to go last because I feel like my definition of cosmolocal is pretty local. But I first start with mentioning that I help run the ETHChiangmai Hacker House and also part of Pagoda, which is this group of Asians in Web3 who is trying to integrate Asian philosophy into Web3. And this is also where I think my practice is currently coming from, which is that I really want to go super local and super cosmos at the same time. And I find this true to be in my meditation practice. So what I'm actually trying to do in Web3 is actually aligning systems with what I believe is more true to the reality that I experience in meditation in a very, very local way. But how do I align Cosmo and local? But also because I have a background in sciences as well. But how do I align spirituality or sacred with science together? Yeah.
Thank you very much. So you can see that we actually have a very diverse group. Everyone is doing Cosmo local-ish activities, but they are all from a very different angle. Maybe to start with, since this is a ETHChiangmai event, we can start with Tin and Napun, because they've been specifically doing education around the technology. Can we actually start with Ethereum or, for Napun's case, blockchain, Web3 in general? These kind of technology, how does it take on a more local taste in your community? Maybe we can start with Napun to share your idea of what is the value of, for example, Ethereum, and how does it reflect in Chiang Mai?
Okay. One thing that I really like about blockchain economy, about the business on the blockchain like a DeFi, is like Web3 is like it's very easy to connect one stakeholder to the other stakeholder. For example, the business like Uniswap, it can connect the liquidity provider to the people who want to swap the token, right? Okay, Aave can connect lender to the borrower, okay, which is very easy, and everything is like real time per block, right? Very fast. And in the term of economic theory, we believe in market, we believe in free market, we believe in demand and supply, we believe in equilibrium point, okay, let's say, okay? And you know that in the real world, the price, the interest rate, the currency is not actually come from the equilibrium point, right? It's actually someone can control it. So for the economic theory, we want to make the world that is really fair, okay? Come from demand and supply. So what Ethereum, what the business or the Ethereum offer is, like for example, the interest rate on Aave changing all the time per block, which is reflect from demand and supply. That thing we can apply it to promote that local economy or local opportunity. For example, in the case of Thailand, Thailand is like very centralized in the term of economics. Everything is going to Bangkok, right? Okay, it's just we have a joke. We say that Thailand we have only 2 provinces, Bangkok and the rest. Let's say, okay. So, for example, in the case of Chiang Mai and some province in the north of Thailand, we have the number that people in the north normally save a lot of money in the bank. We have a lot of saving, a lot of money in the saving. However, all of this money going to Bangkok, okay? And we have only one market, one credit market, and the interest rate is like depend on the Bangkok. How about if we use the Web3 technology like Aave, for example, to connect the saver on the local area to the borrower in the local area, maybe a local businessman that they want to get into the loan, for example, okay? So this one, okay, by using Web3, like Ethereum, like Aave, for example, we can easily creating the local credit market, and the interest rate that's changing depending on demand and supply, okay, just like the theory. I think this is quite really interesting to do.
So you're saying that for a place like Thailand, where asset is fully centralized, having this liquidity within Web3 Ethereum actually can support the local.
By the technology, yes, it can support. By the technology, it can create opportunity in the term of economics, but it's also depend on the law. I mean, the rules, the regulation. But the technology, I can say, is already there.
Thank you. And what about TIN? Is it different in Philippines, or what has been the focus of the Philippines?
Yeah, I can actually relate to what he said about the usefulness of P2P systems and decentralized systems to a very diverse local economy. So some background about the Philippines is that people are just trying to get by. They are trying to pay the bills. They don't really think about the macro economy of what is happening. But once you told them about blockchain, they think, I can money with it. But they don't see the application of how this can eliminate corruption, which is what they complain about on a daily basis. So our job in ETHPH is to relate it to these macro problems inside the country. And I think it is very important for the local people to culturally relate how these technologies can apply to them. And like what he said, decentralized systems have a lot of role to play when it comes to removing self-interested third parties that are blocking these economies.
Thank you. So it seems that with blockchain, with Ethereum, we are actually creating a more diverse local economic system here. From that, maybe with Vienna, because I know you've been working on Buddhist economy. From a Buddhist economy perspective, how do you see things align actually within Ethereum or blockchain economy?
And Vivian, if you don't mind, I'll share a little story. a couple of days ago when Vitalik was here, he mentioned something about the origins of cipher. And he mentioned that it originated in Arab. And I thought to myself, that is not accurate, actually, because what happened was that the idea of that, so the words cipher actually came from India around the 5th century. And during then, it was developed in the Hindu-Buddhist universities. Unfortunately, during the Muslim conquest of India, they burned down all the Buddhist universities. And because of that, the concept and the numbers got to Arab, which then Fibonacci encountered it and then brought it to 0. So what happened was the translation went from shunya, which actually means emptiness in Buddhism. But it's not the kind of emptiness that we think of it today. It's like negative one. In this case, it's more like a vibrating void, like something that is, a bit more quantum. It's like -1 and +1 at the same time. So it was brought from shunya to become zephirot to Arab and then became 0. And actually, cipher is also a translation from the same word, except that so for 0, it went through, I think, the Italian influence, and cipher went through the Latin influence. So they actually share the same roots. So the reason I bring this back is because we are in the Buddhist capital of Thailand, where I hope that instead of Chiang Mai being a place where we are just consumer of technology, we can recognize that there is actually very deep philosophical and even spiritual significance around this whole concept. And we can actually go back there and say like, okay, what can we create out of this? Rather than taking, sorry, but like whatever fire is happening in the West right now and say like what are we supposed to protect ourselves against? I really think that there is something deep here that we can actually create out of. And so now on the Buddhist economics front, I think like that is also something that is underdeveloped right now. And when I talk about the connection between Buddhist economics and Web3, most people just think like, I talk to the monks, and then the monks like, oh, we don't understand technology. And then, I talk to the Web3 people like, oh, Buddhist economics, isn't that just like mean like, you reduce until nothing or something? So anyway, I think this is a longer conversation, but again, back to history. Actually, a lot of the monasteries, as Michelle Bowen would say, during the Dark Ages, play an important role in kind of like reviving society. But one of the things that happened in Buddhist monastery then is like some people say that actually invented contracts. And this kind of contracts is what we know of today, but because they are kind of like an important trust holder in the entire village. So I want to maybe just stop there for now and see like, if we understand like Buddhist economics, some of the basics, some of you know, small is beautiful, or the Thai version would be like sufficiency economics, or the Bhutan version would be gross national happiness, like instead of GDP. And they do that by looking at a lot of well-being indicator from biodiversity, well-being, cultural, your psychological well-being, all this.
I guess from that, the small is beautiful and connecting to the Thai sufficient economy. That here has been working a lot in Chiang Mai and then creating communities here related to Cosmo Local, actually, together with me. So Deb, would you like to share a little bit about the practices here in Thailand, like with the culture here? Like, what did you learn? What is the coordination style? And then how does this Cosmo Local dynamic actually play out in Chiang Mai?
Yeah, I should say I'm speaking here collaboratively with Vivian as well, because we started this project 2 years ago called Cosmo Local Chiang Mai, inspired by Michelle's work, of course, in thinking about how do we move to this system that is not market and non-state. What does it mean to build community-centric, common-centric organizations? And so for us, we went on this journey, and for us it meant really going deep into this question of what is local. And so in Thailand, in Chiang Mai, what does it mean to build a cosmo-local network of change makers? Michelle threw a gauntlet to us, and at the end of his keynote, he said, crypto needs to latch on to producers of material goods, to local production, onto which the next evolution can happen. And so for us, our focus is one, connecting up to regenerative projects, whether it's eco-villages, whether it's eco-regenerative farmers, monks. We've, through workshops and residencies and events, our focus was to link up all these people in Chiang Mai to start connect to each other, to talk, to have conversations. And one of the biggest learnings, I think, has been to see local that's beyond just human, but to see local that includes all life. Trees, mountains. Doi Sutep, which is right next to us, is a guardian of Chiang Mai. To see that we are all in this, living relationship, which, Buddhism and many indigenous philosophies around the world talk about. And through entering this relationship with land, we can start to really root ourselves locally. We can really start to build trust and build relationships onto which we can then embody the values that blockchain and Web3 talk about. Decentralization, cyberpunk policies of sovereignty, of privacy. In many ways, and this is a sort of criticism often of the Web3 and blockchain space, the degen cultures that are there that are problematic are in some ways a reflection of ourselves. The aspects of greed, these aspects of not having enough, scarcity that we all hold in all of us are reflected back out of in the world around us. So for us, it was how do we as people start to make the shift? How do we build community around us in Chiang Mai through which we can start to support each other, make these shifts, and then build from there? So that's kind of been our operating model of theory of change, through which we've been building that hyper-local part within Cosmo-Local.
So from the panelists right now, we've heard the example from Thailand, how this whole Ethereum economy can actually benefit the local. We've heard from the Philippines and also from the philosophical level. We heard from the Buddhist economies how things are connected and things are moving from a part of the world to the other, and then slowly becoming this philosophy that's been connecting all of us, and also how Chiang Mai has been reflecting to that. I think it's a good time to pass it to Sam. From a CPON perspective, civilizational, historical, how do you see Southeast Asia is slowly moving towards this cosmolocal context? I just feel like you're a nice person to do that summary.
Okay, that's a big question. I'll start by asking, what is cosmolocalism supposed to be an upgrade on? What is it replacing? What is it supposed to? And let's look back over the past 100 years. We are now about 26 years into the 21st century. It's 2026 today. The last 100 years saw the rise after World War II of an era we can call globalization. And we are all here because of globalization. We are largely speaking English, maybe Chinese. We are connected by the internet that also came out of World War II, post-World War II, Cold War era technology like cypherpunk, cryptography also came out of a similar era. So the technologies that we're all talking about today have come out of this soup, right? But it also came out of a global system called globalization, where it was about how do we connect everybody, both first with supply chains, but then trade routes, and then financially part of the same system, and education-wise and all these things, right? And some of that has been important. That this has given us internet, cryptography, iPhones, shared languages, but it also, many locals fought back against globalization, because they felt like they were being pushed out, or their way of life was being replaced with something else. And we see this in all parts of the world, not just Southeast Asia. In that light, I think we can think of cosmolocalism as how do we remix? What are the good parts of this globalization era that were useful? And what are the parts that we actually feel like the local has been pushed out and we need to remix some of that local? Right, this is not the first time this is happening. There were various calls for localization of different sorts by different leaders and communities over the past 50 years in response to that. But what's new about cosmolocalism is that, well, we can actually have different logics where, if we remember what Michelle was saying earlier today, cosmolocalism is about what is light that can travel really easily, we can do as Cosmo, and what is heavy we can use as local. These kinds of logics allow us to actually think about how we remix some of the best parts of globalization, but also new parts, or maybe old parts. A lot of regenerative farming is actually drawing from very old traditions that are way before we even invented the combustion engine. So how do we remix these things? And so cosmolocalism for me is about saying we have good aspects of globalization, but we also have aspects that we lost some things. How do we remix and combine them in ways that make sense for today? right? And I think this is a question that applies to whether you're a builder, a community leader, a researcher, or someone working in a company. These are questions that affect all of us, right? Because what is crypto for? What is money for? What is technology for? It's all about what kind of world do I want to live in? What kind of community, what kind of place do I want to live in? And how does what I'm doing become part of that? And cosmolocalism for me gives us a way to think about how we fit these things in together. What things do we try and connect versus keep local? And coming to the Sipang part of it, Sipang is really about saying place has to be part of this answer. What works in the UK is not completely going to work here because some parts of that are local to the UK, they're heavy. What are the parts that are heavy to Southeast Asia? We are a place of archipelagos, of mountains, of tropics, of different cultures. That heavy has to be part of our solution, but we can learn from the light Cosmo things like online trading networks, information forums and other things, and shared peers to bring it together. So that combination is what Sipang is about.
So reflecting this global values of remixing and then shifting our order and how that actually reflect in the local. Dev, do you have something to say to that?
Yeah, I think Sam brings up a really important point, which is as we've built this wonderful sort of global coordination layer, the question is what have we lost in this? And I think a lot of us, and many of us can relate to this personally, we sort of have this rootlessness. You know, we're moving around place to place, we're looking for a sense of belonging, we're looking for a sense of connection, but we don't know how to find it. And it goes beyond just buying a coffee from a local coffee shop or eating like khao soi in Chiang Mai. You know, there are many layers to it. And so almost if you can look at what is it localism as a skill, there's a literacy around localism. What does it mean to understand the local ways of relating? And what does it mean to find connection to place and land? And so I think we have identified that as a really missing piece. Because without that, as long as we're always this rootless, you know, people seeking, then we're always going to be stuck in the state, and we can't really guide this movement towards finding some strong grounding.
And a part of that people part, the local part, is actually the human, the community that's around us. Coming back to the Philippines, wanted to learn a little bit about how the Philippines people or the ecosystem that, or the communities, Tin, you have been in, how do they respond to this global trend of shifting technologies? Has people been accepted it well? Has people been adapting? What was the reality there?
Yeah, so a lot of the talents in the Philippines actually go to other countries before they realize other models of doing things. And they do like a lot about when they see systems working well outside the Philippines, they do want to adopt that inside the country. But the problem is we don't have like the resources that other countries have, or Filipinos are mostly very adaptive creatures, and the way you frame it to them is usually by giving examples. And that is very important, and a very important piece of being a Filipino is knowing what others are doing, what your neighbors are doing, and that is how positive change happens usually in the country. And yeah, we also advocate a lot of Filipinos to see beyond just globalism, because a lot of our identities also gets lost along the way. So that is one thing that we're trying to figure out as a nation, aside from the huge diversity that the islands have. We have like 7,000 islands. So yeah.
Especially for the Philippines, people speak English really fluently, and it's been almost like very much absorbed by the global economics, global communities, right?
Yes, the question is how do you define yourselves if you're a nation of people going out the land? If you're a Filipino who's known for going outside the country.
Thank you, Tin. What about in Thailand? How has the local talents, where local people, been reacting to this trend of globalization? And then in the context of just like, you know, shifting technology, changing world, how has people been adapting to it?
I think right now, how to say, for the local economy in the north of Thailand, we have many products that quite very unique, like coffee, beans, something like that. But the problem of the local business in the north is like we lacking of funding. Okay, the money people who doing the business, they don't know how to connect to the international market. Okay, and how to standardize a product to be high quality. So I think it would be great if we have some like platform that's gonna be connect the local business to the global market, and then teach them how to improve the product, try to find the market, and also about the transaction payment gateway, for example. Okay, it would be great if we can do that with the Web3 technology.
How do you feel about like Thai identity in this? As in like what the Tin was saying, that the Filipino has been like slowly actually losing their identity in a way to this trend of globalization, not knowing anymore what exactly they stand for, their culture, the identity. Do you observe the same in Thailand? Maybe no? Okay, so let me rephrase. So what Tin has been saying about the Philippines is that as globalization is happening, people has been losing their own culture and identity. Have you observed a similar thing in Thailand, or is it a different case?
I think it's quite It depends on the group of the people. Some group of the people, I have to agree that they may be losing the uniqueness of the local, but some people still try to keep the culture, the local culture, right? So I think it's like we need to find some incentive, find a way to promote that people to preserve, right, the local identity and local culture.
I see. Thank you. I think Vienna has something to add to that.
Yeah, if I may, just now during our lunch discussion, I thought something that Professor Napon shared was really interesting. Is like this kind of like creating a local credit kind of a thing.
Oh yeah, yeah. One of the problem we have right now in Thailand, not quite a problem. Let's say a pain point.
Yeah.
Thailand is quite we believe in Buddhism, right? And we believe in karma. Okay, karma. This is not a sexual. Okay, karma is like the consequence of your what you're doing. Okay, we have a good karma. Good karma in Thailand we call it as a bun. We're gonna get bun if we do a good karma, right? And people love to do a good karma, want to get bun, okay? Because they believe that in the next life they're gonna be better, let's say. And a big company in Thailand, okay? They also love to donate. They also love to support the good people because they can use that for the CSR. It would be great if we have a platform, okay, to be a middle, okay? If you do a good thing, you get a good token, let's say. And then you can redeem that token for something else that's financing by the good company. Okay, I think this kind of concept is going to be working very well for Asian country.
Yeah. So again, you don't have to be Buddhist to participate in this kind of thing, but and you don't have to believe in being reborn as well. But I think the idea here is that because there is a rich belief around the importance of interconnectedness, around relationality, and that your action actually has consequences, which I think is actually integrates well with complex systems. If we understand that our action have ripple effects in the world, I think that's also maybe an important part of cosmolocalism. Even your local action has an impact, planetary, whether you can track it or not yet. My hope is that in the future, we can create system that can help you track all these things. And this actually is important as well because it's not just like, okay, on the surface layer, it's just like, we create a local like credit or currency, which we already know have some impact. I was mentioning with Professor that during the Depression in Europe back then, there's a town in Austria called Wargol that literally revived itself by issuing their own currency. And it was so successful that the central bank had to shut it down because all the neighboring cities were copying their model. Okay, so that's the layer that we're in, right? But I think also the deeper layer is that this is something that Michelle and I sometimes talk about, is that we need to reset and reboot the current capitalist system. because that actually come from a certain religious background as well, that actually ended up bringing us to now -1. Most people think that if I'm not productive, I am not worthy. That is actually a religious belief to me. Because in Buddhism, it's more like you start in 0. You know, you're full of potential. You can be -1 and +1 at the same time. You know, it's not defined yet. So the idea that everyone that is born today have this idea that we are -1. Like that is the idea that people have when I say emptiness. You know, that means that our mind is already cultured in a certain way. So when I say Buddhist economics, I am just inviting us to say like, okay, what is 0? And Michelle also mentioned something about Brahmin workers earlier today in the keynote. And I was thinking like, no, yeah, all of us, you know, some of us are digital nomads. You know, I live in the US for 10 years. Before that, I was in Malaysia, you know, like, so, but we are all on our own journeys, right? But how can we also create a kind of economic layer that can support each one of our own journey, I think, and one that actually maps onto the science of our actions and consequences. Because currently, as digital nomad, you don't kind of care sometimes, like, you know, like you don't know even, like what is your impact on certain local economy. So yeah, this I think is something that we have to develop.
So I feel like from here, our panel has been quite, you see that there's like actually local cases talking about losing their identity or like finding identity, losing identity, organizing through this trend of transitioning technology and knowledge system. But at the same time, there's this very philosophical layer. But together, it seems that it's not really coming together yet. Can I have like some of our panelists explaining a little bit about how cosmolocalism like exactly is connected to, say, Ethereum, where we are today for, like, why is Ethereum like a very important concept or tool that support cosmolocalism as like a broader philosophical development? Maybe either one of you.
Sure. Okay, I'll answer that, but I want to just add a quick note about identity and the local in cosmolocal. The Cpunk view on identity and like change is not that there is some traditional eternal Filipino identity or Thai identity or Malaysian identity that has to be protected forever. The history of Southeast Asia is actually a history of remixes. Balinese identity is remixes of influences, religious from what is now called India, influences from the islands that are now part of Indonesia, some part of the Philippines, and many other influences. Most of the nation states in Southeast Asia are actually less than 100 years old. The beginning of Filipino identity was actually after they had been conquered by the Spanish for many hundreds of years, and it took a mixed, part Chinese, part Filipino, part person, Jose Rizal, to actually write about this. He wrote the word Filipino for the first time, right? So it's important that we don't get too attached to these identities that pretend like they've been there forever, because the real identity of Southeast Asia is we are always remixing ourselves with new technologies and things that come around. And this is a Cpunk view about how do we ensure that in this remixing, we are active participants, we have agency. I'm involved in remixing, and I'm not being remixed by somebody else. That's what Cpunk cares most about. If I'm involved in defining my future, I can take ingredients from anywhere, even places that may speak different languages. And that's okay, because you see that in our food, right? I would say the selfie today is an important part of Thai identity as the temple, because it's part of everyday life in many different ways, right? Is that good or bad? That's for other scholars to debate, but Cpunk's about how do you engage with culture as it is, and how do you actively engage with this? And now to connect to the question about why is there a cosmolocal panel at an Ethereum conference? Why is that, right? Like, what's the connection? And that's because technology shapes how we live. The technologies we choose gives us different possibilities. The internet allowed us to have conversations with billions of people around the world in real time. Internet money allows us to have money that can be private, that can be zero knowledge, that can be programmed to have certain features that allow, for example, a local money system that allows a locality to thrive. Or you could also program a global speculative trading money system that leads to huge swings in prices, which is part of what we see today. So programmable money gives us a lot of different ways to program our cultures. And if That means that if we as builders and thinkers are not thinking about what culture we want, then we are missing out on the real opportunity of technologies like Ethereum. And I think there's many technologies, many ecosystems. I'm grateful that the Ethereum ecosystem has always consciously chosen to also engage with the questions of what world do we want to live in, what values do we care about, and not just, here's the tech, let's just build with it. Build what? What are we going to build comes from the question around what values we're going to, that we want to actually install into the world we want to live in.
Is there anything you want to add to that, Dev?
Well, I think just to quickly wrap up, I think the way we've talked about cosmo-localism has been many different ways, and one thing that I think is coming clear, that we're expanding even the idea of cosmo-local, of just cosmo meaning global, which is where the root of the word cosmo-local came from, because cosmo as in cosmopolitan, which is global, to cosmo as in cosmic. So seeing things from a planetary perspective, and seeing that everything is interconnected, and as Vienna was explaining, and in some ways being hyper-local, which means grounded to the earth, grounded to the land, also allows you to be cosmic, because it connects you to what connects everything. And so in some ways, the examples we talked about as well, require us to really undergo this shift in our thinking. And I definitely feel like, in some ways, cosmo-localism requires us to recognize our own power. If crypto is about agency, it's about I am powerful enough to exercise my agency. I'm powerful enough to see my agency and take the responsibility of owning my own finance, right? Owning my own keys. These kind of things that we've grown up in worlds where we are taught to be small and rely on the big institution, the bank, the university, the hospital, to tell us what we need to know. But I think crypto has to start with us seeing our own power and our agency to take on these tools. And through that, we can then start to build and decide the values that we want.
So again, thank you for that. So again, cosmolocalism has been a concept that can be very philosophical, but at the same time, it can be practiced in communities, within people, with technology. That can be actually very practical. It can be adopted in many different ways around actually all these different countries that we're a part of. We are actually at time. Is there any last message you want to share with the audience?
Come join one of our workshops, residencies over the course of the year. Come find Vivian and myself. We're happy to talk to you and design something.
Yes.
I like how practical decentralized systems use trustlessness and the language of consequences. And it's very relevant around Asia because you need to incentivize good behavior and disincentivize the bad ones. And that is something that we want to apply to the Philippines. And I hope you support this advocacy and movement of Ethereum in the Philippines, that we're promoting decentralized systems and for Filipinos to build with the global community to have these trustless systems adapted to Asia.
Okay, I think with the Ethereum's technology, DeFi, okay, Web3, one day local people in Thailand say it or not, they can connect to the world without depend on government.
Thank you, thank you.
And just a super quick one, right after ETHChiangmai in KL, the Ethereum community is also organizing a pop-up called PopX KL. So you guys are also invited to co-live, co-work. There's a hackathon as well.
Thank you, Vienna. And Sam?
Earlier, someone asked who lives in Chiang Mai and who doesn't, and many of you are visiting from many parts of the world, and a lot from China especially. My invitation to all of you is that take advantage of being here in Southeast Asia to look at what the world might look like from not a big single population or a big empire or a big continent, but in an archipelago of many different kinds of places. And if we take that and we say, what technology can we build? What kinds of archipelagic, diverse, open-ended, cosmo-local futures we can build? Because there's a lot of talent in this room, but there's also so much we can learn from the history of this region.
Yeah, so this is our panel. We're all from this Ethereum community, globally sharing the same languages, actually. We're speaking the same languages here, and at the same time practicing our values in different communities, building different societies. And that's actually the spirit of cosmo-localism. And it's really nice to have this time to share with you. And thank you so much. This is our panel.
Thank you to our spontaneous moderator. Oh, selfie. Right, Thai culture, right? With the group maybe? Or, okay, whatever, never mind. Sorry, guys.
Thank you so much for all of our panelists. Now, as we approach our final discussion of the day, we're tackling a difficult but essential question. How do institutions evolve to steward Ethereum responsibly over the long term? As our ecosystem matures, the focus shifts toward governance, legal framework, and the weight of long-term responsibility. To unpack these complexities, we have an incredible lineup of experts from across the country. First, let's welcome Dever, the CEO of DevFolio, who has been instrumental in growing the Builder ecosystem. David Ben-K, President of Pondi AI and Chief Legal Counsel of Pondi X, bringing decades of legal and strategic expertise. QZ, the main organizer of Ethereum Singapore and a pillar of Southeast Asia community. Sanju, representing Amber Group and Amber AC, focusing on the intersection of research and institutional growth. Guiding this conversation is our moderator, Andrew, founder of Deep Work and a specialist in UX HCI research and organizational design. Let's welcome.
Hello. Welcome, everyone. I'm Andre. It's a pleasure to be here. And yeah, it's a pleasure to welcome you here. We can probably, in a second, just continue our conversation that we started on the side. Before we do, I have a couple of questions just for the audience. How many of you are like actively building something or like involved in building products or projects? Okay, cool. How many of you are affiliated with businesses or institutions and interested in that direction? Okay, a couple of fewer. And who's interested in education or like as a core, like what's, okay, nice, okay. That gives us a little bit of an idea just like who our audience is. So yeah, let's do a quick round of intros. Would you mind just sharing like 1 minute at most, like what you've been up to for the recent, like, I don't know, year or two or something? I know it's like, there's way more, but like, where are you coming from? What are you doing right now? In 3 words or less.
Sure. Okay, 3 words or less. But yeah, so I'm Denver, the co-founder of DevFolio and also the curator of ETH India. Yeah, largely my work revolves around hackathons or like weekend parties for nerds and geeks, as I like to call them. But yeah, like we started off building a hackathon platform a while ago. Now it's evolved into like a much larger project. And yeah, over the past 1 or 2 years, I've been involved in organizing a bunch of developer initiatives across Ethereum, also in other allied and also like different niches like AI, fintech, and more. And one of the interesting things that I did last year was host a hackathon on a train, which is quite cool. Yeah, and yeah, that's about it.
Nice, thank you.
I'm David Kay, and I'm with Pondi X, which is based in Singapore. I live here in Chiang Mai. I moved here 10 years ago after 30 years in Beijing. I'm a lawyer by training, but I've always been involved with the creative aspects of things. And so during the past couple of years, our company has transitioned from being a payments system, crypto payment system, to now being a community-based verification of data sets for AI models and agents. So it's been a learning experience and continues to be one.
Nice, thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm QZ. I just arrived today.
Welcome.
Thank you. It's been very nice to be back in Chiang Mai. I organized Ethereum Singapore for the last couple of years. I think Singapore is an important place. A lot of things have happened in the Ethereum ecosystem. And so I see it as my duty to hold and to convene the ecosystem every once in a while in my sunny island. I'm also doing venture with the Ethereum Ecosystem Fund. The goal is to support projects on Ethereum that fully harnesses its potential. Thank you.
Nice, thanks.
Hello everyone, my name is Sanji. I'm from Amber Group and Amber.ac. Actually, the first time I joined crypto world is from Ethereum community, but it's like only community, not the official Ethereum community. It's like a local community, okay. And then I joined another project, and then I joined Amber Group. So it's like from community to project to the fund. So Amber Group is an institute focusing on the asset management, market maker, investment, infrastructure, and also incubation and incubation side. M.AC focusing on the intersection between AI and crypto, and the reason why I joined M.AC because I'm very interested in this area. And actually, it's totally different between very native crypto world and an institution crypto world, because right now every day I probably work out because I have enough time. I just work from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. and then after that, apart from that time, I cannot reply any message.
Nice. Thank you. Yeah, it's interesting. I think we have a really nice kind of combination of backgrounds that is very relevant to not just what is coming now, but also pretty directly, like you're all involved basically in building the future or supporting builders who are creating the future. Chanji, we had an interesting conversation earlier about the intersection of AI and crypto. And one of the things you mentioned is that basically and the teams that you're also supporting and working with are moving towards using crypto as a validation mechanism for kind of truthful information that AI can use, right? So, or how would you describe the kind of biggest value that we can see from that intersection between Web3 or crypto and AI?
Okay, actually, I think it will be some reasons why this area attracted me. First of all, I think AI can solve lots of others industrials problem. Crypto can solve AI's problem because in future we don't know this AI, if this AI do some malicious thing or do some bad thing, how can we know? So we need some blockchain to track AI's active, especially if the AI own their own wallet or their own money, because how we interact in internet world. So if I pay someone money, I don't know, I pay someone money and they can work for me. But if I'm an AI, just I pay them money, they don't need to know, they don't need to know who I am, even I'm AI. So it's kind of a little bit tricky side. I mean, AI can enter the human world by cryptocurrency or if they own their own money. So if the AI develops in the next step, how we track AI, how we know AI, this AI is not that bad or not malicious for us. So we need to track the AI. So blockchain is the best way to track because it's like AI cannot modify the history. This is the blockchain specific side. Yeah. Okay. And another part is I believe AI can do self-improving if they can own their own money. Because in past, a long time ago, some human, just a tool, because they work for some like poor people or the right people, because they don't have the the right, so they just choose. Tools. It looks like AI. Right now, AI don't have the power because they cannot control the money by themselves. But so if AI can own them totally AI's money, probably they can be alive in the internet. So this is another part that I'm interested in.
Yeah, interesting. Okay. Denver, you mentioned that a lot of the hackers that you're working with are also kind of interested in that intersection. Do you have any examples or any like stories from how both communities interact with each other? What are builders trying to connect Web3 and AI?
Yeah, I think from my understanding, like the crypto community is very interested in AI. Not sure if it's the other way around yet, but eventually I think they realize the value of it. But like a lot of people are experimenting with like now giving like AI some sort of money and just letting them loose and like using the power of like frictionless, permissionless finance to just like see what emergent behavior happens. And like, you know, there's this example of like, I was just seeing like past few days, last week was this Claude bot, which was like now renamed to Molt bot. And then people have started giving it money and then seeing what it does. And then what was interesting was that I was reading some transcripts yesterday about where the builder I know, he was saying that, you know, he posted a transcript where the AI bot is like, hey, I'm so frustrated. My human gave me like money, but finally he has to sign the transactions. And then I've created the transaction, but now I have to wait. I don't know how long for him to sign it. I think he's sleeping or something. And I could have like, I don't know if it's 5 minutes or it's like 6 hours. And I could have made so much profit. And, you know, so which was very interesting behavior to say the least. Concerning or not is something that we'll arrive at eventually. But it's all sorts of interesting emergent behavior that's happening. And yeah, let's see where all of these things go. I think Ethereum is also prioritizing a lot of AI, like with the new EIPs that's come out, like the 8004 and stuff. And like, so it's going to be very interesting to see how this space evolves.
Okay, nice, thank you. David, I have a question to you. David, by the way, has an interesting background coming into crypto through your work with a gallery. So you created a gallery yourself. You invited people from very different audiences and different expertises, and kind of like explored how they can bring out the best in each other as well, right? Do you think that conversation actually matters? Like, do you think specifically like trying to figure out the right technology is the right way forward? Or like, what do you think would be helpful for people who are interested in building something for the future to consider?
I think conversation's essential. So although I'm a lawyer and I was, you know, the head counsel of Microsoft in China, I then opened up an art gallery in the 798 Art District of Beijing. And at the same time, I opened up a business incubator. And so having creatives come together, whether they're in the fine arts or digital arts or in technology, having them talk to one another is what builds vision. And that's what we're in need of. And the omnipresence and growing presence of AI is sometimes, I'm not sure if it's threatening, or if it can be part of the conversation. I don't want it leading the conversation. I want it to wait for my signature before it spends my money or loses my money or makes me money. So I still want to be part of the conversation, but I think that's what we'll see over the next short while. This is happening at an extraordinary speed. Every technology that I've worked with seems to get faster and faster and faster. I was blown away by the speed that blockchain was developing. And now AI, it's a weekly thing. But it needs our input, and I think we have to insist on our input. And so conversations among people remain important, whether someone is pursuing a connection between Buddhism and blockchain. It may seem wild. I haven't thought about it before, but I like thinking about it now. And I want AI to be part of the conversation. At least that's what I've noticed in the past couple of months, where I'm talking to a bot, and it's becoming much more kind of integrated into the conversation and taking leads from me. And it should always remain that way. I think it's really important that our humanity remain through the technological development.
Interesting. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. QZ, do you, as someone who's organizing Singapore, do you see, in this specific context, what would you recommend people to pay attention to? So you see a lot of different stakeholders. You see institutions, you see builders, you see educators. In this kind of like noisy space, where do you think people should, focus on?
So I'm also kind of involved in the AI community in Singapore, mostly because we come from a similar tradition of open source communities. So I started out with FOSS Asia, and a lot of my old friends are now working on AI, and we try to advocate for open models, for example. I think it's scary to some extent, because I visited my university last week for a talk, and like a friend who's OpenAI's DevRel now was showing us Codex, and I've never seen anything like this before. The time from idea to implementation is now effectively zero, right? Like you can one-shot entire products at one go, right? Which is very powerful. And so if you can build anything, then what you choose to build is actually a lot more important. And there's parallels for Ethereum for this, right? So we like to say that Ethereum is an infinite machine. You can build anything that you want. Most of it has been different variations of the same thing. But what Ethereum folks care a lot about is that we actually try to use Ethereum to improve our lot in some way or another. So as an example I like to usually give is there's someone once presented, two people presented, insurance on chain. So one version is automated insurance. Once you stop paying your premiums, you stop getting medical help. It's great for the insurers. On the other hand, I've seen parametric insurance, automated insurance for farmers. Same product, same idea, probably the same smart contract, but totally different societal outcomes. So I would like to live in a world where we are using AI to not PvP or fight each other non-stop for like superior profits, because money is really a temporary thing. And in a post-capital, post-work world, which I think is going to happen at some point, it's really important to figure out what is our role at all, if any. What you're seeing now is an interesting dichotomy between OpenAI, which is going for general AI, right? So you just tell it, it does whatever you want. Anthropic is taking a totally different approach, which is more like software as a service. So they're really winning the enterprise game. These two present two very different visions of the future. But let's not forget there is an entire section of open source AI, like Ollama, DeepSeek. I think that's a lot more interesting, because we're starting to see open source actually have a fighting chance in this, right? Like OpenAI's model is maybe scoring like 90 points, but taking up maybe like 100 watts of power. The open source models are scoring like 88, 89, but you can run it on your phone. I think this gives us a fighting chance. right? Rather than having all your agency, locked up at some supercomputer powered by NVIDIA or Tesla in Shanghai or something. This is very much along the philosophy of DEC that we are trying to kind of advocate a bit more. So at Ethereum Singapore, we ran a couple DEC events, and that was really interesting because at that event, I'm not sure if you guys have heard yet, but Vitalik also announced an open silicon initiative. And if all AI is going to be running on some kind of chip, I think it makes sense for us to at least have the choice to build our own chips if you want to. If not, this technology is just lost to like some AI high priest. And I think that's, it's really important for us to think about.
Yeah, interesting. Have you, Denver, like, you organized the hackathon on a train. That seems to be like a pretty wild idea. And I think that, like, what you're talking about with the open source access to a lot of technology, it's almost like it expands the range of opportunities and tools that can be used and recombined, which should ideally kind of increase the like creative output. So if you think about like the train idea, or maybe you've seen other ideas that are very unique, like what do you think people have in common, or like the strategies are in common of creating like, unique and more like intrinsically motivated projects as opposed to like, cookie cutter stuff?
Yeah, so interestingly for the train, because we were working in low internet connections, we had set up our own sort of intranet. So we had Wi-Fi on the train, but it was connected, it was synced up to a local server, and we hosted our local LLMs there. So that's where like open source LLMs were useful. We had hosted DeepSeek and cached like a bunch of stuff, which was helpful, right? Because we were passing through, like at times we were passing through like jungles and like forest areas, like where there was no internet connection. So so that was an interesting format, and like I think in just hackathons and events in general, things are moving towards like more like experiential stuff, because more is possible in a shorter amount of time, and the whole cycle of like going from idea to building is like really changing. So like for example now, like back home in India, like we are hosting Anthropic to and helping them do the first one of their first AI hackathons in Bangalore, and yeah, like I was usually used to the idea of like 30-hour or 24-hour hackathons, but this is going to be a 6-hour hackathon, which is very interesting, and you figure out where the frontier is now, right? Is it going to be ideas? Is it going to be whether your thing has a working prototype? And like the bar simply has shifted now to way beyond than just a cool idea. I think it's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, okay, interesting. David, I was wondering, how would you expand more spaces for creative exploration? So, like the train and what Denver idea, or like one concept, or like shortening down the time, for example. Do you have any experience, or like do you have any examples of what can support builders or creative people in like leveraging the diversity of opportunities that they have and like focus on things that matter to them?
In terms of spaces, because
I
I
would say-
think
yeah, like
I
space and
think
time.
the spaces where we create is very important. I mean, I was very fortunate to be able to take over this space in the 798 Art District that was designed and built by the Bauhaus architects from Germany, and this was a a factory for producing widgets, and yet they made the ceilings 15 meters high. They had windows at the top, so a lot of light came in, and had space, I think, was sharing a space. I still think I don't think we're going to move away from that anytime soon. But so being able to have these, whether they're co-working spaces or whatever, and having, I think, importantly, having people from very different areas, again, whether they're visual artists or technologists, developers, whatever it is, having them be able to share the same space. Because there is still something, at least in my experience, there's something magical that goes on in that space. There's something in the ether, if you will, that is having people see other people, feel other people creating, even if they're creating something that has nothing to do with the project they're creating. There's something at work there that I think opens up the mind and thinking.
Do you have some examples for like what would be some of the more, or like what are the most memorable projects that you've seen come out of spaces that have inspired you or like that inspired people?
Right. So I had we had a hackathon type thing going on in the space, and in the space also there was a covered area where there was a artist who did body painting. No one could see it, but there was something about that sort of very visually on-hands creative process that was going on that I think had an impact on what developers were doing. So I think, again, I think that people have to try and experiment, but it's really, I think, a really important thing that we keep it human. I get a little bit nervous with, the robotics are moving at a very quick pace, and I start visualizing like one in my house. I'm going to be walking to, I think is really important. I have, I'm going to start feeling like wow, like some of the other. There's something about the smell of people working, of people sweating, that I think goes to something very basic inside of us. And being able, the machine, it's going to be a while before the robots are able to exude whatever human smell that we do when we have when we create. But I think having that human contact with one another during the creative process is important.
Interesting. That reminds me of Shanji. You're mentioning like the combination of AIs owning crypto and like using their own currencies with humans. Have you seen teams, or do you have any ideas for how we might use that combination to improve or support what's going on with humans? So like, what would that combination enable, or like what would that be helpful with? So if agents were using currencies, do you think that could change the way that we transact value with each other or information?
I'm a little bit confused about this question.
Sorry?
I'm a little bit confused about this question.
Okay, let me rephrase it. So when you think about AI or agents in combination with crypto, so like some of the projects that you were working on, how do you think about that combination to be supportive of human behavior or helping humans? So one thing you mentioned was, for example, alignment of AI and humans. Like that's I guess a human desire to connect better with the technology that we use, or does that make sense? Or how do you think about? Okay, so maybe let's go back to the conversation we had over there.
All right, so probably just now I mentioned the consensus.
Yeah, right. For example, yeah.
Yeah. Just now we talk about the consensus. Actually, don't know the AI will happen or not. it looks like we don't know what is humans' consensus, how to humans' consensus generate. So we even don't know how humans. So how to know AIs. So, but the only way we will know is like active. The AI is active. How AI active like this or like that. So if we want to AI do the self-improving from tools to probably the life of internet, we need the track. We need to track AI's active, and we also need to give AI's power, and as well how AI's consensus align with humans' consensus. I think it's quite hard, but we can say the similar goal cannot hurt the humans, but some AI probably be they want to anti. So I think blockchain can provide AI right, and also by cryptocurrency, by the wallet, and also can track AI's active. So we can do lots of like experience in this area, and we created this environment by this blockchain, and also probably I want to this AI make money for me, not just make money for not make money by myself. I mean, not as my tools, just make money. But for me, it can be like, this AI is AI's founders. I invest this AI make money for me. Is a little bit different between AI making money for me and AI help me to make money. Yeah. So it's kind of like we can use AI in different area. I want to use AI in the scientist part or biotech part to do something for us, just by the self-improving, and without the malicious, we need a track. Yeah. So if we want to AI do the self-improving, we need to do that.
Nice.
And also, just now probably I mentioned lots about why the AI can own cryptocurrency, because in traditional way, the filed currency, we have the permission. So if we go to some specific area like America, like China, like Singapore, we need to do lots of like KYC to get the access to use files. If you want your AI get access to this file, you need help AI to do KYC. This AI is not an AI itself. It's AI and you behind of this AI. So it's represented by you. And also, so it's kind of like permission. But cryptocurrency is permissionless, so that's the reason why AI uses cryptocurrency. It can be their own money.
Yeah, makes sense. QZ, what do you think about enabling, or more like using tech to support human values?
Yeah, that's definitely important. What can I say? No.
Do you see? That's one path.
I get it. I guess.
Do you see examples of kind of people or projects going in either direction?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Google used to be "Don't be evil," right? And now it's just like
right.
YOLO, shareholder value, maybe. I'm not sure. I mean, so at least from the perspective of the ecosystem fund, right? Like we do have a mandate to support open source projects, open standards, and importantly also to be for Ethereum. And I think it's interesting because people immediately assume that this means that you are like a grant-giving organization or that you can't make good returns from a fund perspective. I think that's actually quite important, that human values be, or at least how you express these values or what you want, or what you do also has to be practical in achieving results, right? So, like any technology, I suppose, Ethereum is probably best viewed as emerging technology, fundamental emerging technology. So, there's one use case for Ethereum, but the neutral computing platform that's really important, because with everything that's happening, privacy is something that is going to go away very quickly. And trust a corporation to obvious reasons. And so a genuinely neutral computing platform to do privacy-preserving computation is quite important. And I think that's one way that we can express or to reinforce our values using the technology that we're given, right? So that's one. Censorship resistance is another important value of Ethereum. And this is increasingly important. I remember I was in Switzerland once and I was talking to actually lawyers, and we were talking about Bitcoin. And they were like, isn't Bitcoin like used by money launderers? And I was like, okay, let's take a step back. Bitcoin is a what? Oh, it's an open ledger. How do you launder money on an open ledger? And then that clicked, because then he remembered many years ago, apparently the SWIFT or some of the American financial authorities started to layer on additional anti-terrorism rules, and banks had to comply. And if you did not comply, you were basically cut out from the financial system. Generally, we are tolerant, values-based, but now I think it's a bit more fickle. And so censorship resistance actually can be better described as seizure resistance. And I think that's very important, because currencies, stocks, anything, actually all of them are run by custodians. Like when I first bought a stock in Singapore, I was very surprised because it went straight to the central depository. So I never touched it. So I have no idea. I still get letters, but I have no idea how to access it anymore. That's quite scary, right? And so seizure resistant, privacy preserving, I think that's really important for us to stay human in a world that probably will see less and less human
think
interaction.
it's too late? I'm sorry, but someone's got to
Keep
ask
going.
the question.
Yeah.
Don't you think it's too late? I mean, I would like to be hopeful. My father, who was a lawyer of blessed memory, was an incredible advocate of privacy, of being able to protect your identity, protect your finances, protect all of these things from the government. And if he were alive today, he would throw up at what's happened. I mean, I think, at least personally, from my little isolated space, but I think the pandemic was this huge turning point where we decided, okay, in order for us to live, we're going to have to give up our privacy. We're going to have to relent on certain civil rights that we've enjoyed for, however long, that we're giving this up. And now, when I see what Palantir, the type of private data that Palantir has, and all that, how do you turn it back? How do you I mean, there was someone in the an earlier panel who talked about being able to retrieve your private data and bring it back. But I think, I mean, I would like to be hopeful about it, but to me it seems like it's too late. Anyhow.
So 3 years ago, Vitalik wrote a blog post called My Techno-Optimism. I think that's still very important. I've said this on a couple panels, but I think to be in Ethereum is to be very optimistic all the time. No matter what the price is, no matter what the sentiment is, optimism is something that we hold very dear, and it's the only hope we have left. So what is the other best chance to preserving our privacy? Actually, nothing else. And so to all the builders out there working on Ethereum, right, I say, this is your calling, I suppose, or your duty, right? For us that understand, who have at least some understanding of what we could be doing, then we will have to be the ones to actually do it. If you have some time, you can take a look at the Trustless Manifesto that was written last year. It caused quite a ruckus because it said some things like Ethereum wasn't created to make finance more efficient. I actually agree, right? And hopefully that helps to maybe add more layers to why building with values matters a lot, right? Even when I was in Chiang Mai the first time and I met the community, I think the Chiang Mai community, the Four Seas community, the Wamao community, started very simply and very purely from its values, and have kept very close to heart, like how they put it together, how they design it. It's very community-centric. This is very difficult for event organizers, as one who have done it before, right? It's always very tempting to do it bigger, to do it, larger, to invite all sorts of random stuff. Like to choose not to do something is also very important, right? So same thing, right? So we could choose to have like a surveillance blockchain on Ethereum, but we don't. And I think as long as we can somehow try to preserve this, right, we will attract people that see this. And I think that's why we spend more time with open source communities. Because back in the day, like when you talk to people from Force Asia, for example, back then they were fighting the lawsuits between like Oracle or Java, and it was the path laid by these open source licensing battles that give us what we have now. If not, we will all be using Windows. Yeah.
Yeah, it's I like that perspective. I was also wondering, kind of like also from kind of all of you as well, like what do you think is unique about the Ethereum ecosystem? And like you're already mentioning kind of like some of the technical properties, but also the values in itself. What do you think, Denver?
Yeah, I think like I was thinking about these things that when folks were chatting. So like right now is the time where all of us have to be intentionally and deeply think about what kind of future we want to live in, and then work backwards towards creating that future. Because now even like the ability to change at least some part of the world in a meaningful way has come down. You need lesser and lesser people and lesser coordination to do something meaningful, right? Especially like when you have a second brain or with AI, right? So then it matters what you believe in and what you want to see in the world. There's this quote by Gandhi from my country. It's like, be the change you want to see in the world. And I think Ethereum encodes some values inside the chain. And it's interesting to see, like in the short term, maybe those values might lose us some sort of mileage or traction. But I think in the long term, I would want to live in a world where things are more neutral and fair play for a lot of people. How we get there is a good question. Whether, in the short term, like there are other approaches which are getting more traction. Do they win faster than us? Does the world become corpus slop faster than we think, and we can adapt? But yeah, like it's time to really think about what kind of future we want to live in, and then work backwards. And it's possible for at a unique time in history.
Yeah, nice. Thank you. David, what kind of future do you think is buildable with Ethereum?
I mean, it often comes to sort of the leader, and I think Vitalik has been has held on to core values, and I think is trying to bring those core values back, because I think they are. I think they're under attack. And again, I mean, I want to remain, I think, because he also stands for that optimism, and in terms of people collaborating and working together, not necessarily in small dev teams, but a larger kind of collaboration, the importance of community, because I think there's going to be a battle. I'd like to think of it in other terms, but I think it will be a battle. And so I think, I think the community at large is in one way or another preparing for that battle.
Thank you. Sanjay, what about you? What do you think makes Ethereum unique?
Okay, I think it should be the anti-censorship. Because there are lots of other ecosystem, other blockchain, but I think Ethereum would be the most anti-censorship blockchain in this in the world. And also I think it also plus decentralized, because right now if you want to, Ethereum ecosystem distribute value to the builders more than traders, but right now you see lots of ecosystem then distribute the value just to the trader. If you trade lots of meme coin, you will get lots of money. But in the early stage, Ethereum ecosystem distribute value to the builders. So that's another part, and it's kind of if you build on Ethereum ecosystem, it's more and more people get more value. It's bigger range of people. But right now, other system is a small range. Yeah.
Nice. Thank you. I would love to close on this beautiful note. I hope that it was insightful for you, and now you understand different perspectives about the culture of Ethereum, and maybe some ideas might emerge in your world about how to continue. So thank you so much for your time and for your thoughts, and I will see you next time.
Thank
Have
you.
a nice day.
Thank you so much for our panelists. Now we're gonna take a final 15 minutes break. What's coming next is a highly anticipated fireside chat featuring Vitalik and Michelle, followed by our hackathon project demos. Stay tuned, we will see back here shortly. Welcome back, guys. Now we've reached the most exciting part of the summit, the hackathon demo session. After weeks of building, it's time to move from theory to execution. To lead us through this project and showcase the real innovation happening right here in Chiang Mai, I'm handing the stage over to one of our judges. Please welcome our host for this session, Aurora.
Hello, guys. People are still trickling from the tea break, but we are just going to start. And for the last 2 months, Chiang Mai hasn't really been backdrop. It's been a living laboratory to encourage builders to create and learn and discuss with each other. So we've been spent the whole day listening to industry leaders to share really good insights about the industry and what they see as the future of Ethereum technology. Now, for this chapter, why don't we transit from listening to seeing actually what is being built? So to give you a peek behind our ETHChiangmai hackathon, we had over 120 builders fueled by more than 350 cups of coffee over the past 5 days. So in total, we have over 43 projects submitted in the end, and we have our winners. So we have 4 core themes: privacy, digital resilience, digital economy, and AI and blockchain. So they aren't just tracks on the slide. They are open source project which you can see on the platform. The whole universe can see what's going to be built and how to contribute to the tech society. So now it's time to see what all that caffeine and late night grinding has really produced. Let's welcome our top winner to stage to show us what they've built. Now let's welcome our #1 prize winner, Orbit, to showcase their product. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. So first of all, I want to say thank you for ETHChiangmai for giving us a chance to showcase our abilities to build on top of Web3. We are Orbit, and we're building a solution to solve a major privacy problem in blockchain. So I want you guys to imagine yourself as a boss trying to give your employees their salary. So after you've done your transaction, what your employees can do is they can track back your wallet address and see all the transactions that you have made, all the balances, all the tokens that you hold. So this is the major problem that we're trying to solve. And public blockchain is overexposing data. Some data aren't supposed to be seen by the public. And encrypted chains like A-Stack have a very small ecosystem, and they tend to fail for compliance. Next. So this is our whole concept. The sender and receiver has a very strong linkage on top of the blockchain. Everything is traceable and everything is transparent. That's why we have Orbit, where we cut off the linkage between the sender and the receiver while storing the proof and the validity of the transaction on chain. So we're not actually migrating people to a new solution. We're actually building a solution on top of an existing ecosystem, Ethereum. So this is our whole concept, how we achieve ZK wormhole to cut off the relation between sender and receiver. So the sender will shield their tokens inside of a 0ZK burner wallet provided by Railgun. So for each transaction they made, we generate a burner wallet for them to make a shielded transaction to the receiver. After the transaction has been proved by the Growth 16 ZK snark, it will then sign the UTXO. The UTXO will be then signed by the Waku relayer on the Waku network. And then, at this point, the connection between the sender and the receiver is cut off because the one signing the transaction isn't you. It's the relayer on Waku. So Waku pays the gas, signs, and unshield your transaction to the receiver. Yep. And we've also implemented ZK Swap, where we allow people to swap tokens anonymously. You don't want to see your swap transparent on the blockchain. Sometimes people want to swap privately. So this is our solution. We use Stargate to allow people to swap across different chains and bridge across different blockchains. Yeah, so next. So as you can see, the ZK Swap has a very similar structure with ZK wormhole that we've developed. This is because we use almost the same concept provided by Railgun. We use a ZK wallet to shield their funds, and then using Stargate protocol to aggregate across different decentralized exchanges to find the best route so they can get their swap at the lowest price possible. And then at the destination chain, the swap will then be executed by the executioner. For this example, we use Uniswap. And we've also implemented ZK P2P as our on-ramping and off-ramping protocol. So when you on-ramp and off-ramp, typically you'll use something like Binance, Bybit. These are centralized exchanges, and they expose your bank details, your wallet, and their relationship on-chain. So which is a privacy concern. What we're trying to eliminate is we allow P2P to happen anonymously and without the use of centralized exchanges. So what I wanted to show you now is a demo video of our solution. So we allow people to on-ramp using the ZK P2P, which seamless. They don't need a centralized exchange, and we allow batch transfers and allow a stealth mode for people to transfer anonymously. So people can send different amounts using different tokens to different addresses without being tracked. And this is the wallet we have generated for them for each transaction they've made using the Railgun protocol. And for each transaction, there will be a POI phase where we verify that the transaction is innocent. And here's the transaction where the sender and the receiver is unlinked, but the transaction is valid. And we're not just trying to build a whole new protocol for people to migrate into. We're building on top of existing DeFi protocols so people can integrate our privacy solution on DeFi protocols. Let's say you want to interact with Polymarket, but you don't want to let people see what you've bought. And yeah, we basically provide privacy without requiring you to move into a new wallet. We let you to connect, we allow you the opportunity to connect with your existing wallet and at the same time make private transactions on a public blockchain. Yeah, so this is our solution. And we are Orbit, and a very thank you for all of you guys.
Okay, next up is our number 2 winner, second prize, and win this protocol. Let's welcome him on stage. Bo, is it set up? Okay, taking some time to set up. Just a brief message that you can find all our project online if you visit the DevFolio. ETHChiangmai. DevFolio is a platform supported by one of our previous panelists, and you can see all the project details as well as our wonderful builders' information on that webpage.
Hi, I'm Bo, and I built Witness Protocol. Evidence disappears when it matters most. It can be deleted, seized, disputed, or gone, especially for journalists, activists, and abuse survivors. The genesis of the idea was about a week ago or week and a half ago, I heard that Alex Preddy had been murdered in Minneapolis, and I immediately went to X to see if there was a video of this, and none of the videos would load up to the point where he was murdered by the police. And then I saw a video on TikTok that was clearly edited. It had been, sized down and then drifted away when the actual murder happened. Not only that, but Alex Preddy had a phone himself, and I've never seen that perspective. And so I built Witness Protocol. How it works is you record as you're capturing video, it's chunked and encrypted, sent and stored on IPFS, and then a Merkle root is updated on chain to attest to that nothing's been changed. Then members of secure groups can attest using a semaphore ZK proof. And here is a demonstration of how it works. So I'm in the UI right now. I am going to send myself an email, which is creates a privy wallet. And I'm going to... Okay. I have the code. Oh, shit. Okay, I got to do it one more time. This is more difficult than I imagined. Okay, I've logged in. This is creating a wallet in the background, and then I'm going to register on the smart contract, my contract registry. That creates an ERC4337 wallet and registers my address on the smart contract on the blockchain. While that's happening, okay, I am going to create a group, and let's call this group like Neighborhood Watch. Oh, whatever, I'll just call it X. Okay, so that's creating a group. I've already logged in and registered a client on my phone, which is right here. So I'm going to, on my phone, scan to join this group. This is submitting a transaction to create the semaphore group. Then I'm going to record and share with the group. Oh, hold on. Okay, taking a video of you guys. Hello, hello. And then that'll submit on the blockchain, and we'll be able to view it in just a second. So if we wait for evidence to propagate, looks like it's there. We'll download the evidence. Watch the video. Oh, you guys look so beautiful. And then we'll say, hey, that's real. I think that's real. I trust the person who submitted it. And we submit the semaphore attestation. This creates, a censorship-resistant evidence chain. And actually, I think this is the wrong slide deck. But the point is that that the US and ICE protests are the context in which I developed this, but your context may be different. And if you think that something like this, durable records that are distributed and saved on chain and also verified on chain would be useful for whatever your use case is, then I'd suggest talking to me. You can email me, B-E-A-U at squirrelylabs.xyz, or you can talk to me, add me on Telegram at birdsaretfake. But yeah, that's the demo. Thanks, guys.
Okay, that's wonderful. Insisted on live demo. That shows the confidence of the builder as well as the charm of like building and watching what really works. Yeah, so next up is our DID protocol, and we're just taking some time to adjust the presentation, so please be patient.
Okay, it's working. Hi guys, I'm Harold. Good afternoon. So today I'm going to show you is DID bootloader and ZK card. It's pretty long name. So what are we doing is making real-world identity verification verifiable on-chain. So I still remember when I joined Web3. So it's at 2023. So there's lots of amazing concept. It's all talking about the decentralized society, such like Zuzalu, decentralized identity, and the autonomous world. But all of them are worried about one crucial question, which is cyber attack. So here's an existing project called ZK Passport. So they're using the ZK circuit to prove some of your information on your passport and to show you satisfy some requirement. But there's one crucial point. ZK Passport cannot prove you are the owner of your passport, which means you can borrow the passport from someone else and create so many accounts. Even then do the face matching, but ZK cannot prove where the face image comes from. So our solution is we bring the reality to digital proof. So in our solution, we use the TEE. So here's the demo. Yep. Okay. So do you have me to click? Thank you. Yeah. So it's quite like the normal, the scanning. So you scan your passport. It's a little bit slow. Yeah. After scanning, your face information is already stored in the NFC chip. And here we check the health of the application. Once the health check is passed, so you can compare with your face. So once the face matched, you can binding the passport hash with your EVM address. And here's another thing. So when you combine with your EVM address, you can use premise to prove some another features. So like prove your asset from the CEX and link with that EVM address. Yeah, and the next page. Okay, so our tech stack, in this demo, we use premise, and we use e-passport verification, and the attestation on mobile phone TEE, and the local face recognition model. Yeah, so, oops. Okay, so I want to talk about the difference about ZK and the attestation. So in ZK, we have a box. In the box, you can running arbitrary computational process, and you put a seal on the box, and so anyone can check the seal. So if the seal is not broken, so you can believe the computation in the box is safe and can be trusted. But with attestation, we can do more. Even it's a little bit centralized, but attestation is a seal to seal up one application. So in the application, you cannot, you can not only do the computation, you can also call API. You can also restrict where is the data comes from. So attestation can help us do more. Yeah. Oops. Yeah. So for example, so in our application, we use we call the iPhone camera in our application, but ZK cannot do the restriction. Yeah. And here's our team. I'm Harold and Beer and Dalen and Eric. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. So if you're interested about the Apple test station or interested with the demo, our code is 100% runnable on any iOS device. And here's the GitHub, and here's my Telegram. So welcome to ask our any question. Thank you.
Yeah, hopefully enjoying the presentation, and definitely give a star on the GitHub. And next up, we have a very special project. We have a special track named as Localism in our hackathon, which is kind of give credit to project that combines technology with the local life, the local society around us. So Local Life Protocol is going to present us how they are going to solve local problems and to help with the local economy with technology. Okay, let's invite Sanju.
Hello everyone, I'm Sanju.
I'm Alex.
Okay, we build the Local Life protocol. It's kind of like programmable trust for local life. We use the AI agent ERC8004 and X402 to build this one. Okay, actually this situation we found from this area, Chiang Mai. So imagine if I'm a digital nomad or the freelancer or the local service provider. If I am the Thai massage provider, I can only speak Thai, I cannot speak English. So I don't know English marketing and the global algorithm, so I'm very hard to get the touch to the global traveler to here. And also, if someone booked my time but they no show, I will lost my time and my energy. And if I got a lot of customer, but they are from the different social media. My review will scattered and created is not portable. So our solution is intent-driven protocols. We use AI agent as a 24/7 digital broker. So even I don't know lots of stuff, I just chat with AI agent. AI agent will help me to list the service via the local language or just by the voice chat. And also we do the intent log. So AI agent not only translate the needs and also store the agreements on chain. And we use the X402 protocol to do the income guarantee. So from imposter, we just like, okay, transfer, I book your time, and then we face-to-face, it's cancel one time. We use the this one to do the commit, lock the fund at the booking time, and also instant payout upon the confirmation. So from the commit to the settle. And we also use the this one ERC8004 to create a credit system. So like every cryptocurrency order means a digital owner badge, and also the credit owned by the individual, not the platform, because in the past, if you register a platform and you lose your account or your account banned by the platform, you will lose every credit from this platform. And also, we use AI as meditation. So basically the AI can logs prevent the malicious we found with with evidence-based logic. Yeah. We are not building not only build the app, we are kind of like plugging. So protocol as plugin, we integrate to the Line, WhatsApp, Telegram. Use this app just like chat with a bot, chat with just a chat. And also it's kind of invisible with Web3 with the EIP 3009, so like you don't worry about the gas fee. Okay. What we want to build is we want to build the first delivery, first settle late programmer credit system for the micro worker globally and also locally. And as well, I think in future with the AI's help, everyone can be the micro worker. So because everyone, you do have your own skills, probably you are very, very good at tea, or you are very good at massage, or you are very good at like lots of knowledge part, you can get your own AI digital broker for sell your skills, or even the AI can sell your AI skills. So we want to either use this kind of technology to build, to help the micro worker. Yeah, this is our demo video. So this is the overview of our website. And I think Chiang Mai is very, international city, but also very local place, because there are lots of like local, spacious, culture, or some, I don't know, something we can explore. Yeah, I believe there are lots of like local style. Okay, thank you for everyone. If you are interested in this one, please feel free to touch us.
Thank you. Okay, right now we have the final team, Paul X AI, which solves really practical issues if you ever trade meme coins. Okay, let's give them some time to set it up. But basically, after this last hackathon demo, we will have fire chat between Michelle and Vitalik. So stay tuned.
Hello everyone, and my name is Alan, and what we built in this hackathon is we built like a meme coin trading alert bot. So everyone might use it, and it is very useful. So please scan our QR code, and which is our Twitter's account, and we will have some airdrop or some kind of incentive in the future. So what we are building this is because in current Web3 area, everything appears very quick, and there have a lot of information and a lot of things that we need to address. And the third part is that there have too many platforms and too many information that we need to address. We need to realize what kind of signal that is useful, what kind of signal is not useful. So that's why we built this platform. So what we have built is we have a real-time KOL signal trading, and we have an on-chain immutable code records. And the third part is that everything is instant. So we have a really quick WebSocket provide. And this is our pipeline. So after we monitor the Twitter users have sent a tweet, we will use some AI agent system to analyze all of this system and trying to record a CA mapping and using our POX like AI and to analyze all of this interaction, and later on we will like trying to send it to the Telegram or to the API you have used. So this is our service. So if you are the developers and you want to use our service, please scan the QR code. This is our GitHub. And in the GitHub, we have a lot of data API, and you can require the access key from us. So after you have used our API, you can get all of the Twitter's data. We have labeled like 40,000 KOLs Twitter's, Web3 Twitter's data. So you can use all of this data in our database. And this is our like pipeline. So this is not used. Oh, this is our overall pipeline. So we have like used a lot of AI agent and trying to analyze some signals and use this signal to like analyze what kind of trading we can do, like long the meme coin or short the some altcoin, and then everything is instant. Everything can appear very quick. So this is our team, and if you want, you can scan our Twitter. This is my Twitter's account, and my name is Gogo Allen. Yeah. So in this presentation, we have a lot of work to scan. Yeah. So this is our demo. So in this demo, you can see that you can select the Twitter's KOL you want, and you can select, we have collected all of the Twitter's information. And the best part is we provide like a UI, UX, the Telegram login. So it has a best UI, UX experience. Like after the Telegram login, you can get your Solana address and your BNB address, and you can start sniping the KOL you want. Like right now, I have selected KOL, and this is our Twitter's account, PowerX. So after I text something, QUQ. QUQ is one of the main coin on BSC. So after we detect the BSC main coin, and it will start detect it, and it will start snipe it. So it will buy it instantly. So you can see all of the detail what we have done in the backend. So everything is transparent because we have the transaction hash. So you can see what you have done in the past, and we have provided BSC and Solana. This is a main tool, meme coin trading platform. So you can see all of the information here. Everything is transparent, and you can log in with Telegram. So you can get the address and you can get your private key from your Telegram account. So we provide the best UI UX experience. So this is our another platform, which is like a Telegram bot. So the path is like our Twitter's account, and this one is our Telegram sniping bot. So if you guys right now want to experience how fast our WebSockets can do, please scan our Telegram bot. And this is a really great alpha, right? Everyone can take out your phone and please scan this, because yeah, our WebSockets alert time is like about like 100 milliseconds to 500 milliseconds. I guess this is the fastest in all of the Web3 world. We have spent a lot of time working on the backend system, also the WebSocket system. So please scan it. Yeah. And this is just a demo to demo how fast our Telegram bots will be. So yeah, after I scan something, and after this is what I have at the account. This is our Telegram bot, so you can just scan it, and you can like experience it. You can just follow yourself and like make a tweet, and you can see how fast, how the backend work that we have done. So yeah, it is really fast. So yeah, you can just I just take a post. So PowerX AI is our Twitter's account. Please make sure to follow it. Yeah, we will have some incentive, and we will have some airdrop in the future. So yeah, I just make a post. So ETHChiangmai, let's fucking go. So after I post it, you can see that the Telegram bot will alert it. So everything appear really fast. So yeah, ETHChiangmai, let's fucking go. Yeah. We have a Telegram bot. So if someone is from the ETHChiangmai, feel free to repost our Twitter's account and trying to promote. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, how do you feel about the demo just yet? You like it? Awesome, awesome. Yeah, always love the enthusiasm as well as just the passion showing in the hackathon demo. And yeah, so as you just heard that our last agenda today is going to be a really landmarking dialogue between two great thinkers of our age, Michelle and Vitalik. So they will take some time to streaming in, and we will set the technical setup, but just a pretext for what they are going to discuss. They are going to discuss the architect for a decentralized future. And just to introduce Michelle Bowens to everyone. Michelle is a founder of P2P Foundation. For over 2 decades, Michelle has been the philosopher in chief of the peer-to-peer movement. And even long before the word decentralized become popular in the world and social media, Michelle was already traveling the world. He just told us how he really worked in different countries for very long years. And he really took his time, committed to know about local culture and local life and how to combine technology with those changing and shifting landscape. And he was documenting how humans can collaborate without hierarchies. He is pioneer for cosmolocalism, which we just have a wonderful panel about all that. And hopefully you took note, and hopefully that resonates with many of your travelers' stories, because I know today a lot of attendees are digital nomads by yourself, and you're experienced globalist as well. So basically, cosmolocalism is a visionary framework summarized as design global, and how people really manufacture and connect and creating local while stay connected to the global field. And Michelle reminds us that the true power of P2P is not just in our computers, but what's the real impact is how we change computing power to the reality and how to shift the reality around us. And joining him is Vitalik Buterin, and the founder of Ethereum. Since you're here, I believe there's no need to introduce him, and such a legendary OG living in our world right now. The world knows him for his technical genius in building the world computer, but he has also committed a lot of his personal time into advocating for what is really important for the future human being, and what philosophy and values should we uphold while we live in a more tech-disrupted world, a world with more inequality, a world with more geopolitical tensions. So he has coordinated a lot of discussions regarding how humans can collaborate in the new environment. And yeah, so they will discuss cosmolocalism, as well as crypto to real concepts, as well as DACC and RACC, which is representing regenerative acceleration, and how this two concept is going to help us frame and envision a better world besides just pure acceleration of technology. Okay, so right now, without further ado, let's welcome these two important thinkers of our age to start their great discussion.
Thank you. So we don't have a moderator? So,
you are the
maybe
moderator,
Vitalik-
Michelle.
Oh, okay, I'm the... All right. Vitalik, maybe you want to start with, explaining, you had a tweet a few days ago in which you kind of like reset Ethereum. The way I remember it, it's like the original dream is in danger. And so you feel it's like the need for a return to the original values. Maybe can you give a bit of context to that first?
So, if I always find it helpful to look back to some of the really early days of Ethereum and the kinds of things that people were excited about, the kinds of things that people were building, like different toy demo versions of, right? And like especially that time, like before about 2019 or so, and even before 2017, there were just a lot of really interesting and special things happening, right? There were people experimenting with, like different kind of financial tools also, and there were things like MakerDAO that eventually were kind of the forefathers of modern DeFi, like things like Augur. Also, there was a lot of this work in DAOs, right? These, like decentralized autonomous organizations, which, like as time goes on more and more, it's clear that like it's a big misnomer, right? And the DAOs are definitely not autonomous, but they're this idea that like we can use on-chain logic to try to create new forms of governance, to try to create new different ways to organize how we manage access to resources. And there were a lot of also just people trying to like create more decentralized and like more core versions of whether like Uber or whether it's like insurance or a whole bunch of different industries. And there was a lot of this enthusiasm, right, around like, can we make like, can we use some of these kind of digital tools and cryptography and blockchains to really come up with like better and um, like more effective ways for us to organize ourselves and to organize, like how we interact with the world, with the resources in the world. And a lot of that spirit, I think it got kind of overwhelmed by like first the excitement around DeFi, and then some of the more general excitement that we saw back in 2020, 2022. And I mean, I think a lot of the DeFi has obviously stuck around and it's been positive. But we also saw things like Luna and Terra. Then we also saw like the digital monkeys that were worth $3 million, and then now they're like down like 10 to 50x. I think we saw like, I mean, a lot of these like on-chain games where it like seemed for a little bit of time that they were like fun games, but then like once prices went down and all the users like left, it just became obvious that people were like in it for the speculation, not because the game was fun. Right, and then like 2025 was just a very hard year, right? Because I think the really big thing we saw is like the Trump meme coin, right? And the thing with the Trump meme coin is like once Trump launches a meme coin, like that's already the king, right? Like you can't have a bigger meme coin than that. And so it's just obvious that like, okay, this is the end of the journey, right? And then since then, we saw the Trump meme coin go down by 95%. And so we saw, okay, the king of all meme coins that possibly could happen has arrived. And then the king of all meme coins has dropped by 20x, and it's just a complete failure, right? And that like so it feels like the kind of condition that the space is in psychologically is like reacting to a lot of a lot of those things, right? And really asking the question, well, what is the place of crypto in this world, right? And 10 years ago, it was an easier question to ask because 10 years ago there were just much fewer other things that were happening, right? But now there's AI. There is people going to like Starship ship is actually working. We might be going to the moon or to Mars soon. There's a lot of biotech, and so if the thing that you're after a tech scene that just is impressive, then like crypto has a huge amount of competition, right? And so if you're like, and so the thing that crypto has to do now is like it can't just like be this standard bearer of like all impressive technology as a category, right? Like it has to stand for something more specific. And I think the thing that it has to stand for basically is some of these kind of more social and even more political questions, right? Of, how do we relate to each other as a world, especially in the context of all of this growing mistrust and between countries, within countries, between different companies in different countries, and asking like, is there a version of modernity that is not saying give up on technology, and that is also not saying give Silicon Valley and London and Hangzhou and a couple of other cities all of the power. And that's like we have to, I think we as a space have to like figure out and articulate more what that is and actually execute on it.
Thank you, Vitalik. I'd like to go back maybe to what I remember of your origin story. And what I mean with this is that I think before you created Ethereum, or maybe just after, you traveled in Spain and you stayed some time with the Catalan Integral Cooperative, which was kind of like a radical left libertarian anarchist experiment, which I think didn't end so well at the end. And then on the other hand, you had Bitcoin, which is kind of the expression of the other side of the anarcho-capitalist libertarian ethos. And so my feeling has always been that you've been a bit between those polarities, and that decentralized accelerationism is a kind of a, okay, I know it's probably not the right metaphor, but kind of a social democratic compromise applied to the digital world, where you're kind of in between those two options. And so recently, Benjamin Life, well, I don't know him personally, but we've been communicating quite a while online, and we're kind of operating in the same space. He launched a new idea of regenerative accelerationism. So here's the way I see it. Accelerationism originally was a kind of nihilistic philosophy. Like, capitalism has its contradictions, so let's just go and make it even faster so that it kind of collapses, and then we can have a chance for something new, which is a very nihilistic point. Decentralized accelerationism is kind of what you just explained, this kind of middle way around technological development. I kind of agree with Benjamin that it's the speed at which the world is actually disintegrating at the very moment, at least the world order is kind of disintegrating, and so we have this very dangerous transition time. Is maybe, we should accelerate the acceleration of alternatives, right? And I think that's what's being expressed by regenerative accelerationism. And so then I will add my critique is that Ethereum has been working basically on the field of the representation of value, and moving value around, and being able to do that without the control of the state, and so many things around basically digital representation of monetary value. And I kind of think that we should go a level down, because there's many people in the world that try to operate in regenerative, productive ways, like healthier food, renewable energy, and those kinds of things. And I don't think crypto has been that useful for them as yet. So I was just wondering if you have any general reaction to these kinds of ideas of using crypto and kind of embedding it more in the productive sector of society. And with that, I don't mean, the traditional financial investments, but actually many of the grassroots communities are trying to have a better life.
Yeah, I definitely think we should do more of those things. I guess maybe one question I would then ask you is, like, what is an example of something that's either in crypto or that is somewhere like close to crypto that you think comes the closest to that kind of idea?
Well, yeah, I can give some examples of things that I'm interested in right now. So one is called Gaia OS. There's a man called Rory Toos and a team around him. And so that's a project that created like a full common stack to create commonly owned and commonly managed resources on a planetary scale. So it's not specifically just crypto, but it's kind of like a digital enablement of like property and investment. So kind of imagine fractal ownership, and that you can basically appeal to global crowd lending, crowdfunding, and that can then kind of settle down at a local level, but on the conditions of the local people, and then also represented in legal form. So what they did, it's a bit like Ethereum, they studied the legal systems in like maybe 60 countries, and so they know how to make trusts and those kinds of institutions. So that's, for me, it's a good example. Another example is Indy Johar's project called Civilizational Options. And so what is that is about? His thesis is civilizations only die when they have no options. But the problem is that as we are actually nearing a lot of very serious thermodynamic, climate, and other types of crisis, that there's no easy financial mechanism, again, to sustain those alternative solutions. So here's the way I understand it. Imagine, for example, you have a problem, Spain is drying up, which is a real case, right? There's a drying up of Spain and Portugal. So they are going to have very serious water supply issues. Well, some people are, going back to medieval practices. They're going back in the mountains, creating gullies so that the water stays in the mountains and doesn't get lost in the valley. Other people are working on micro dams. So today there's no kind of investment vehicle to sustain these types of ecosystems of solutions. Like if you don't have one simple entity, it's very hard to get investment. So how to do this kind of distributed investment in an easy way? So that's what Indy Johar is working on. Again, he's very crypto aware. Another example that I really like is Will Ruddick with Sarafu.network. I don't know if you're familiar with that project. I really like it. So it's based on, first of all, 1,000 groups of local saving communities. So it's called Rotating Savings and Loans Associations. They're in the Global South, very common. My own wife is a member of 3 different ones, so this is also very famous in Thailand. So basically people save money together, and then the pool allows people to do bigger investments on a personal level, like buying a motorcycle or a fridge. So we took 1,000 of these communities, asked them to put 20% of their savings in a common pool, created an alternative currency with a, how do you call that, fractional reserve of 8, so 8 times more value in, put it on the blockchain so that it became visible, so that now people can actually invest in them and see that $1 million becomes $8 million for these poor communities. Now on top of that, it has created a commitment pool system, and very soon is actually will be called Cosmo-Local Credit. So commitment pool is basically allowing the thousands of members of these communities to offer services and goods beforehand, to have that valued in some way, and so create that value. So I think it's called multilateral credit or something like that. Anyway, so these are projects for me that use technology but directly impact basically, real communities. And so, yeah, so the kind of idea would be that there's more stress on these kinds of solutions rather than working on the speculative side of moving money around faster and with more privacy, which of course I think is very important as well. But I think that Ethereum could go, like levels deeper in its effect on actually changing the productive logic of our world.
One of the things that I've noticed when observing like people trying to do different kind of mechanisms is that it's hard to convince people to participate in something that they're not already used to, right? And so like in Ethereum, for example, we see a lot of people trying to do experiments, like people keep trying to make Harburger tax NFTs. People keep trying to make assets that have like different kinds of conditions attached to them. And like the thing that you notice again and again, right, is that it's like very hard to get people out of the box of like just wanting an ERC20 because an ERC20 is familiar. And even within ERC20s, it's like an uphill battle to get people to be interested in something that's not the US dollar, right? Like even something like Rye, which like almost is the US dollar, except, like it has this extra factor, which is somewhere around 3 right now, and it goes up or down by a couple of percent every year. Like even that is a challenge. And I suspect the reason why some of these on-chain Roscas and like these similar ideas might be more successful in places like Thailand or in the global south is because those are the environments in which people are used to doing those kinds of structures already, right? And so I guess I wonder then, like, might it be that like we would actually have to try to figure out different structures for different regions? Do we just need more people in crypto who are more aware of how different groups of people in the world already operate, and give people like different options that map onto things that they like kind of already understand, instead of just saying like, here we invented something that's completely new.
Maybe I can echo that, because I think that's actually a really good point. Kind of my critique on the way that things are funded, and this is not just for Ethereum, but it's a general critique of also, NGO funding and stuff, is that so you make money available and then you create conditions to compete for the funding. And so almost automatically this will attract people with ideas, but it's particularly, I think, strong in the Web3 world. I've been to quite a few of these meetings where, basically geeks imagine how they would change the world. And then they get funded, like in Funding the Commons. But what you just said, I think, is very important, because the way I understand what you said is that actually looking at what people are already doing, and that is different in different regions of the world. So I will take a slightly different interpretation of what I see happening. I think actually that millions of people are already engaged in alternative practices. But they stay marginal because of fundamental issues around funding. And so that's kind of my dream, is you have the 5 trillion which is floating in crypto, and if even a percentage of that could be used to create these kind of regenerative feedback loops, that would make a huge difference on what is possible in the world. I don't know about the timing, so maybe I can ask you. So I think you probably agree with this, that we live in a transitional time, that things are quite heating up. And maybe in connection with what you just wrote a few days ago about rejigging Ethereum, how do you see the role of Ethereum in let's say the next 5 years? Because my feeling is it's going to be pretty crucial the next few years.
I think we can. Sorry, I think it's echoing. I think we can see Ethereum. Like I want to see Ethereum like in something close to the kind of Web3 vision that Gavin Wood was talking about like 10 years ago, right? Where we were basically saying that the core is that we want to have these like high value, high guarantee, decentralized applications, and the and then the big challenge that Ethereum is solving is basically creating this kind of shared compute and shared memory, so that like they can remember shared facts that which could be token balances. It could also be a lot of other things that are relevant to their community, and I think that's something which is usable for representing currencies. It's also useful for representing many other kinds of assets. I think it's even useful for representing things where, like, ultimately you still have to rely on some community to continue to recognize it and provide value to it. Um, and I think the goal of of the Ethereum blockchain should be to just like exist and to provide that functionality for applications that need it, and at a level of like high enough scale and high enough convenience that it actually makes sense for people to use it that way. And I actually think that with the work in scalability that we're doing now, like we're actually getting there. And like transaction fees are under 1 cent for a lot of things. I expect it will continue to become cheaper over the next like 1 to 3 years. And like at some points, I would want to be able to look at the Ethereum blockchain as like just being a layer of the decentralized internet, and like similar to how like there's like the like DNS system, there's like communication networks, there's email, and have this protocol so that these structures that people wants to build can be built, and they can interoperate with each other. And like I hope that the increment of L1 kind of decrease over the next 10 years, and that moves to what kinds of applications people are building on top of it. So that's like how I see the role of Ethereum itself. I think for the role of no, no, like on top of this, so there's this whole separate question of like what actually are the right things that it makes sense to build, and how do you actually build them, right? Because like if you build something, like the way that a lot of these things tends to traditionally be built is basically you have a server, and then the server just has a database. I mean, often it's not even very sophisticated, right? And it's like a Google spreadsheet, and it's there's a lot of trust involved. There isn't too much, like there is not that much accountability. There also is not much interoperability. And like here with the blockchains, like we're talking about a very different paradigm, right? And so what we saw with DeFi is we saw a lot of thinking about composability, about what it means for like two different DeFi projects to interoperate with each other, of flash loans and like transactions that like jump through 5 different on-chain automated market makers within the same transaction. And like we saw a lot of this kind of thinking start to emerge organically. And you know, and so I feel like a similar thing needs to happen for basically everything except for money. And I think we even took some wrong turns, right? So like I think one of the biggest wrong turns that we took is that the DAOs that we saw so far, they were really optimized for like I think really they were not optimized for effectiveness. They were probably not even optimized for decentralization. I think they were optimized for maximizing legal safety under the regime of Gary Gensler. And like in the grand scheme of things, that's like not actually very meaningful optimizing vanilla. Gary's not even, and so it would be better to really some of our and, and like sometimes I philosophical texts that we haven't gotten to, right? So like for example, people like I notice like I often talk to people who wants to put loyalty points on chain, and when I ask them why, they say, well, they want loyalty points to be more fungible. But like loyalty and fungibility are fundamentally opposites, right? And so like I think if you even say you want loyalty points to be fungible, like there's a certain confusion of goals that you have there, right? And like there's a fundamental difference between encouraging people to stay within a particular community, whether it's an egalitarian community or a corporate community, and like do more things in that community versus kind of breaking down barriers and encouraging everything to intersect with everything else more. And like it would be like I still think there's a lot of need to like really think through some of the some of the finer details and like what you actually want, and like basically So like for example, one of the definitions I give of finance is like finance is the set like it's a set of features that are common to formalized point systems that don't try to prevent collusion. And I have an article that basically talks about like why I use this definition, right? And like I compare dollars to like say voting on Twitter, right? And if we vote on Twitter, then like votes on Twitter, like liking and retweeting, they're also a point system. Like I can give you a like, and then you can see how many likes you have, and it feels good to have more likes. But at the same time, like if we start colluding and we say, well, we're going to have a ring, and I'm going to like all of your tweets, and you like all of mine, then within the context of like the logic of voting, like that counts as abuse, right? But within the context of money, I give you $1. If you give me €1, that's not abuse. That's just FX. And like to me, like that's. And so if you want to start moving away from finance, then like you have to have these big concepts of like, well, like what type of interoperability do you actually not want? And so like I want to also start to see some more of this and like a deeper thought on the application layer. So like we understands better like what are the things that makes the most sense to build.
Thank you, Vitalik. We don't hear you anymore, so I think you stopped. I want to thank you for V3M so many years ago, and it's amazing what it has become. And I also want to thank 4Cs for the huge impact that they're having on Chiang Mai, and making a dynamic cultural and technological life here. And I hope we can see you one day in Chiang Mai. Probably already came and I didn't know about it. But it would be great to see you here. So I'm not sure about the time because I don't have a watch with me. I have a feeling, we have 5 more minutes. Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
So
Actually, I want to ask a question to you. So I mean, I feel like I've always, over at this point, like almost 2 decades that I've seen your name pop up, generally associated you with the P2P Foundation. And P2P, I think, is an interesting term, right? Because on the one hand, I think a lot of people who talk about P2P talk about it as something that's not just anti-hierarchical in the sense of like the hierarchy of government, but that's like also like even like critical of corporate hierarchy. And at the same time, I also remember there was this one time I was listening to this speech at Fudan University, and someone was talking about like his vision of like the evolution of internet protocols, and his vision is like the 3 that he gave was it was going from SMTP to HTTP to Uber. And I thought it was like funny, right? Because it's this very different kind of drawing of boundaries of like what P2P or even like what protocols are. And so I'm curious, like how has your view of what peer-to-peer means, and also not just technologically, but like economically and socially, and like why this is something that we need like evolved over the last decades.
Right. Very good question. Thank you. So basically, I think from the very beginning, sometimes people ask me why Satoshi publishes a white paper on our site. And so I'm thinking that he also recognized something of a family affair. I think so the difference is that once you have peer-to-peer in computing, you have peer-to-peer in humans. And so there is a way to interpret peer-to-peer as a technological system. But what I've always done with the P2P Foundation is to interpret as a human system. And so what then peer-to-peer means is essentially a new capacity for humankind for trans-local self-organizing. So the capacity to create common projects, to organize value production and distribution without being in the same locality. So peer-to-peer for me means it's almost like an ethical thing is if I decide to have a common project with somebody who is on the other side of the world, doesn't necessarily pay me, and I don't have to obey him, that creates a totally different ethical field of human relationships. Something that was only possible in small groups at the dawn of time, in small tribal groups, now becomes possible at a planetary scale. And so another aspect of peer-to-peer would be that capacity for stigmergic coordination, right? So instead of needing market signals or command and planning, we now have these vast planetary open ecosystems where people can dedicate their time and labor to common projects based on the signaling of other human beings. And so if you look at the history of coordination systems, you can say, well, we started in a physical peer-to-peer in tribal communities, expressed as gifting and commoning as the main coordination systems. Then we moved to complex civilization with market pricing and state command. And I think we are now moving to a situation where stigmergy becomes the main coordination form. So peer-to-peer and digital commons together. And then if you ask me what is AI, well, AI is stigmergy without people, basically. And so I think we are actually at this kind of cusp of a new civilizational system, because if you define civilization as a relationship between basically the city and the country, it's geographic, and now we're creating this new non-geographic layer, or kind of a new geography that is not physical. And so that means a new civilization. And then I look at DAOs and the stuff that you do, by the way, and all of that stuff as people building institutions for that future. Like prefigurative institution building for the next phase of human civilization.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
I think our 5 minutes are probably over, unless you want some concluding remark.
Well, I mean, I guess a question from you is like, what are the sorts of things that like you would wish to see Fourth Seas and the hackers at ETHChiangmai to accomplish over, let's say, the next 2 years?
All right. Well, you know, Chiang Mai is really peculiar because it's a real Thai city, so it's not an artificial construct like, you know, Suzalu, Montenegro, where, you know, people come in from the outside and create, which, you know, is a great experience. I was there. But Chiang Mai has really the unique reality that it's both a real Thai city and it has this amazing room for other people like digital nomads. But I don't think it was culturally very dynamic until a few years ago. And if you know that Chiang Mai is in the middle of 2/3 of the world population, if you take 4,000 kilometers around it, you have China, India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, the Philippines, Indonesia. I mean, it's amazing. So I think Chiang Mai has the potential to be kind of like a hub for this shift in the world to, you know, multipolar, which will, you know, largely be more Asian than European in the next few years. So I think, Fourth Seas has kind of given an extra push to this kind of potential that we have here. And if I can add one more thing, this is my personal wish. So I think we need to move from an extractive economy to a generative economy. So now value is created by extraction. We extract a commodity, it's a supply-demand tension, gives it a price, we make a profit. And maybe if we're lucky, we tax it or we give it and we can do some generative work with that value. What if we turn it around? What if we recognize what is already happening in open source communities, which is that value is actually visibly a contributory value. Ethereum is valuable, first of all, because of the thousands of people who contribute to the common pool, to the open source digital commons that Ethereum represents. And that attracts market investment. But the value is created through contribution. And if we can extend that vision, that value is created through contribution to more than human beings, and then recognize that nature and web of life is creating value. I think this is the kind of key of the transition today.
Yeah, no, I think that makes a lot of sense. I mean, I think it's an interesting question to ask. Like, what is also the future of Chiang Mai going to be in this upcoming world, right? Because like every time I come there, it's just obvious that it's at this like already at this intersection of at least three like major cultures, right? If you include the local like Thailand and even like Chiang Mai regional culture, which itself is diverse. If you see then if you see the the Chinese and of course the Western and the huge numbers of digital nomads with their avocado toast that have already been so deeply rooted there that it's like all, and it already feels like like at least all three of those, and I think probably more, that like I'm just completely completely missing or there already, right? And at the same time, like when I think of global centers where a lot of people interact, I think the ones that people think about, they tends to be places more like Dubai or Singapore, or places that have this like very financial focus to them. And Chiang Mai feels unique in that it's like an that kind of intersection place, but it doesn't have that financial side, and it doesn't have that like highly artificial side to it, and that's like interesting, and it's unique. And I mean, I'm definitely interested to see how that continues to evolve over the next decades, and also like what kind of role our community can play.
For the organizers to kind of wrap up our session. I'm just a guest like you. So I think we wrap up the session, and maybe you can come and take over. So thank you, Vitalik. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
Really nice to have the conversation.
A huge thank you to Vitalik and Michelle for this impressive conversation. Well, it's rare to see such a profound alignment between cryptographic security and social sustainability. Well, what an incredible conversation. Guys, let's have one more massive hand for Vitalik and Michelle. Now, to bring this journey to its official close, I want to invite the hands and the minds who turned this project into reality. They're the engine behind everything we have experienced here in Chiang Mai. Please give a thunderous welcome to our contributors, TK, as they're gonna take the stage for the final remarks to wrap up today's agenda. Welcome.
This will be very quick. Yeah, so hi everyone. As Bila said, I'm TK, one of the core contributors of ETHChiangmai. So before anything else, thank you for staying with us until this very end of the summit. It started actually on December 8th, 2025. So we crossed a year. We crossed the Christmas Eve. We crossed different time zone, language, and cultural zone, and also comfort zone. What we tried to have was not only a conference, but a 2-month Ethereum season, long enough for trust to form, for people to actually work together, open, build, fail, and try again. Over this 2 months, ETHChiangmai unfolded through 4 connected parts. Bootcamp came first, which started on the 5th of last year. For the almost 2 months, hands-on learning before the hackathon, where many of the participants later became builders in the hackathon stage. And on conference grew week by week, including 8 sessions of cryptocurrency education, our weekly Together Tuesday gathering, film screening, and countless informal discussion and bilingual exchange. In total, more than 50 community-driven events happened in this season. Then we came to the hackathon with 120 more builders here and 44 projects showcased on the demo day. And total price is $11,500,000. More importantly, it was not about the speed, it's about the direction, it's about what they learned. And today we're here at the Future Summit. The summit is not a traditional finale, it's a response to everything that happened before it. This morning we talked about Zuzalo as a method and cypherpunk as a real survival skill, what permissionless actually mean when it's made reality. And this afternoon, we move into cosmolocalism, building locally while coordinating globally, and education institution, how Ethereum evolves as a civic infrastructure, with hackathon projects grounded into idea into practice. So this is what ETHChiangmai has been about, continuity, not moments. And now we'd like to look forward, actually. Can I? Oh. Can I have the PowerPoint for the last? This? No, it's okay. I would just want to here to announce, officially announce that ETHChiangmai will return for the 2nd edition, and start will be on November 11th, 2026, another 2-month building season, and right after ETH Mumbai. And before we talk about future, I want to pause here because ETHChiangmai was never built by one person. So I just like to invite the core team to come to the stage, and if you can, please just welcome them. The first is Dick. Also, he's the Dick, core contributor of Forces and ETHChiangmai. Without him, none of this would be possible. And also he, as a core contributor of Forces, also the invisible hands behind these scenes. For example, Nicholas Hu, West, Sumin, Ichi, and Lauren. And next is Sherry, beautiful Sherry, running everywhere, holding everything together from the earliest initiation to make this summit land. Mila, our today's wonderful host, helping bring speakers, shaping the opening and the closing moments. And Chiang, who designed the hackathon process and the standard and built everything on social layer. And making all ETHChiangmai activity visible, connected and structured. Then Shaka helped with the music, the vibe, and live streaming, making sure people who could not be here but also see this moment. And Kalina, helping step by step, preparing the summit through the unconference phase, making today feel smooth and grounded. And Aurora, helping heavily in the early stage and later across both the summit and the hackathon, including guest coordination. And Dudu is helping with all the materials, which is you see visible today, and she helped with all bootcamp candidates. And Sarah, a lovely community soul with English media, community operation, and volunteer coordination. And me, I work on communication, media lead, and ecosystem connection, and host some unconference sessions. So please give a round of applause for all of us. And Gigi, sorry, I was so busy. Gigi is also helping with the hackathon, and yeah, he was like soul of the hackathon. He arranged all the schedule. Sorry. So take a picture together. No, don't go. And also want to invite our volunteers to come forward and also helping hand. James, early stage, helping with the BD and make it public. James, Gonna come to the stage, and Jack help with the copywriting. Come to the stage, and today Bill, Elaine, Kay, Yibei, Xiaohe, Coco, Vivid, Dan Dan, and many other volunteers who are not in today. Please come to the stage. Yeah, this season was like 2 months, it was really long, and you guys stayed here. We do a group picture. Okay. Yeah. And yeah, it's just one sentence. ETHChiangmai 2026 to be continued, but doesn't continue with you. If you are here today and you're already part of this story, and please help us document, spread it, remix it, so you can take photos of food, take photos of the people, and post them on Twitter and tag ETHChiangmai and repost and amplify and join our Telegram group. And yeah, we're at the first very edition, and we're still learning, and we want to grow this with you, not above you. And so let's keep Ethereum local, open, and human. So that is the end of Summit and the end of ETHChiangmai 2025 as a wrap. And hope you see you guys on the after East Mumbai, then not East Mumbai, DevCon. And then that will be another session of ETHChiangmai. And now I'm welcoming all of you, if you want, come to the stage where we can take a big group photo. Like everyone is welcomed. If you want to, yeah, please just come. You come to the stage, and then we'll have an after party at Four Seas, which is only 200 meters away from here. And after party probably start half an hour later and follow with food and drinks and just like chill hours. Come to the stage. 周琦老师 come to the stage. Come. Patrick, do you want to come to the stage? You guys ready? We're gonna take a picture. Look at the camera. Okay. Come on. Wait. Thank you, guys. So as I said, the after party is at Four Seas Nima, which is only 5 minutes walk away from here.
Zuzalu, Zuzalu. What will Zuzalu do? Pop up the city, bridge community, build new technology, rooted in values. Real true, we did it. Look what Zuzalu mean to you. I see beauty, simplicity, and humility. Conversations on Delati, how we impact society. What will Zuzalu do? Pop up the city, bridge community, build new technology, rooted in values we hold true. What does Zuzalu mean to you? I see beauty, simplicity, and humility. Self when I sustainably fight for longevity. Conversations until I teach. How we impact society under the sun sky. Sharing dreams side by side. Unity we abide. Zuzalu. Zuzalu. Strings strum in harmony. It goes up, community, laughter, learning, awesome fun. Together we build our world under the Zuzalu sky. Together, you and I, sharing dreams side by side. Zuza, Zuza, strings strum in harmony. It goes on, community, laughter, learning, some fun. Together we build our world under the Zuzalu sky. Together, you and I, sharing dreams side by side. Conversations that inspire, kindling our collective fire. Ideas bloom, connections loom. Zuzalu spirit, pure and true. Here's the Zuzalu, our place where hearts and minds interlace. Let's now say goodbye till next time under four-sea sky. Here's to you, Zuzalu, our place where hearts and minds interlace. Let's now say goodbye till next time under Zuzalu sky. Around, see the ties, friendships bond that never dies. From this moment, let it be a beacon for community. Here's to you, Zuzalu, our place where hearts and minds interlace. As we part, let's now say goodbye till next time under Zuzalu sky. Zuza, Zuza, yeah. Go see the Zuzalu Library at Four Seas, and we'll see you next year at ETHChiangmai.